And it has Silver Daddy, Silver Ash. He's a cat man. This game has a lot of people who are animal hybrid people, but there's plenty of time to explain that later. A quick rundown of the story, if you're not familiar. It is a world where there are rocks that give you magic powers, but then kill you later at an unspecified time. They're like magic cancer rocks that you can use as magic and also power source. So they're also fossil fuel. And there is a pharmaceutical company called Rhode Island right there. Not, to my knowledge, named after the state of Rhode Island, but that is always what I think.
When the ether darkens, 'tis an omen
Sorry.
snowfall
He's gonna say some things on the screen, so we're gonna go to a different screen. And it's just about the pharmaceuticals company's pursuit of not having that happen, curing the problem or curing the symptoms, whatever they can do. And so they have a recent event here that I really like the story, and I thought I would read it to everybody. This is generally a tower defense game, but the tower are anime people. So anime people towers. So we are gonna just jump into the story because I feel like it's pretty good at being a self-contained kind of story. And this is the event that just is available right now called Guide Ahead. So let's get into that and read it together. We probably won't get any gameplay in this story because I've already done it and you can skip it, and probably that's better because anyway, let's begin. The man steps into the room. The woman in the wheelchair utters not a word. He tidies up the notes and documents scattered across the table. He swaps the withered flowers in the vase out for fresh ones. She continues reading her newly borrowed book, as if she takes no notice of him. It is silent, perhaps because all there is to say has long since been said, or perhaps it is not yet time for that which shouldn't be said. Without warning, the man speaks. She'll be back soon. The Legati spent so long preparing for this meeting. Of course she will. How long will you stay? Until I finish what I must do. For all I can accomplish here is the delivery of the Lateran people's souls. I should go. Don't come back. The man stands silent for a while before turning and leaving the room. The woman pushes her wheelchair up to the window. She opens it and looks out. She's watched the sunrise and descent over Laterano countless times through this window frame. The city is as noisy as ever tonight, the Laterans being strangers to both tranquility and exhaustion. So what of tomorrow on? What about that? Laterano, the city that we're in. Laterans, the people of the city that we're in. They're angels. They have halos like this. But then a little bit different than this, as you'll learn. Cecilia, Mama, drink some hot water. Good girl. Mama's alright. Mama, I'll read you a storybook. Cecilia, my darling Cecilia, Mama really hates to leave you. Are you going to leave me, Mama? No, cough, cough. Mama's never, ever wanted to leave you. She's just got no choice. Where are you going, Mama? Can I go with you too? Is that okay? You can't go where I'm about to go, Cecilia. It's very cold, very lonely, and so empty. I'll go with you. I'll be with you so you won't be lonely. I'm sorry, Cecilia. Your childhood should have been so much more blessed. I have been blessed with you, Mama. Cecilia, Cecilia, listen now. Listen. I'm listening, Mama. I won't be able to look after you soon. Someone will come pick you up. Go with him. He'll take you to Papa. Papa will look after you for me, okay? Can't you come with me? I bet Papa really wants to see you. Mama has something important to do, so I can't go with you. Once you see Papa, tell him that your Mama really misses him too. Also tell him, I'm sorry, okay? Mama, what are you sorry for? Listen to me. Listen to your Mama, Cecilia. I will, Mama. Don't cry. Cecilia, my poor Cecilia. Giving birth to you was the greatest blessing in my life. But what if you find it a lifelong curse, my child, my beloved daughter? Who will bless you? Who can? Cecilia, my darling Cecilia. Hide yourself. Don't let them find you. Run away. Leave Laterano. The mother holds her daughter's hands. Through her eyes flash myriad emotions until finally all strength fades from them. And they slowly, gently fall shut. Mama. The Sancta girl does not know what's happened. Sancta, the name of the people who live in the city, the angels. That's their name. When she notices her mother's lands have turned cold, she clasps them together against her own chest, hoping to provide some warmth to her. There's a knock on the door. Executor Federico of the Laterano Notarial Hall on official business. Please open the door. I always want to call him Federico, but it's Federico. Sir, your check-in at the guest house has been taken care of. The rest of your day is completely free. It might not be a bad idea to have a look around. You seemed quite eager the whole way. Lateran City has some very distinct architecture. You see, wasn't it worth the trip? I suppose it was. What's the schedule for tomorrow? Your meeting with His Holiness the Apostle, our Pope, is all set, so I'll be returning to the Basilica now. I'll fetch you tomorrow when it's time to meet him. So this is very akin to Roman Catholicism, where there's a Pope, and he lives here in the Basilica. I believe that's the Basilica right there. Perhaps. It could be. Please enjoy your stay in Laterano during the conference. No need to worry about expenses. It is our honor to host VIPs from the world over. The world over. I sure don't see how gathering all these foreigners in one place is going to get anything done. Still, how could I refuse such a generous invitation from His Holiness? Might as well take advantage of his hospitality while I'm here. Excellent. Now if you'll excuse me, feel free to take Laterano by storm. Wow, he's looking at taking in all the sights. The architecture here sure is interesting. Colombia uses pillars like these too, but there's subtle differences. Again, this is not Colombia from the real world. This is a different Colombia. Seeing as I'm here, what are they up to over there? All set up. I'm good. How's your end? Done. Isel, have we dispersed everyone in the area? All the citizens likely to be directly affected, yes. Those in the secondary effect range are confirmed to be notified as well. Shall we get started then? Current time is 10:22, March 15th, 1099. The following act of demolition is carried out with the Reserve Executor Isel of the Notorial Hall as witness. Alright, here goes. 3. What are those 3 sancta doing around that pillar? 2. You 3 are the only ones around here. What gives? 1. Fire. Oh, where'd you come from? Oh. What was that explosion? Something's coming down. Save me, eek. I have to... What? The pillar's falling a lot slower now. Save. Cram it. Eek. Huff, huff. That scared the skin off me. What kind of crazy place is Laterano? Wherever you are, Liberi, thank you for rescuing me. So, Liberi is a different race in Arknights. It might be a little bit hard to tell from this design, but they actually are bird-like people. You can tell a little bit by the kind of like horn type things that this character has. Let me see, hold on, I'm just forgot to update what we were doing in the stream. There we go. What's your name? Find me at Colombian Provisional Association and I'll return the favor. She's called Shimmering Vigil. Shimmering Vigil. Lateran names sure do sound silly sometimes. That's not my name. Hi, you're okay, right? Thanks, you too. That could have been a disaster. Thank you for your aid. You're welcome. I like this. The Liberi, formerly known as Shimmering Vigil. Say, what's going on there, though? Bombings in the middle of the day? Don't tell me you have extremists sneaking in. Something's been on my mind. Go on. Do you think this pillar is absolutely perfectly positioned, or no? I would say so. It fully embodies Laterano's architectural aesthetics, so I can't help but want to see what would happen if we blew it up. I have to admit, it's a fine idea. But the conference is starting soon, right? I heard there'll be a lot of people from afar. I think His Holiness even said we should show some restraint for a while. He did. However, he said to show some restraint, not don't do anything. I get that His Holiness is hoping to give visitors a good impression, but, my dear friend, what do you say to my humblest of opinions? I think a good impression must be based on reality. You couldn't be more correct, my friend. So we filed with the Notorial Hall, got our executive here to witness for us, and evacuated everyone nearby before giving this beautiful pillar just the perfect blast. Except, we never expected you to show up right at that moment. We're so sorry, esteemed sir, for unwittingly doing you harm. You set off an explosion on a nomadic city street and filed with the government for an official witness. Were you Laterans, or is this uninhibited? Of course we abide by... Oh, sorry, this hurt. Of course we abide by the commandments and all relevant regulations. But if it's not explicitly forbidden, anything's fair game. And Lateran City values it. Lateran City values and protects every citizen's rights. Don't worry, sir. Just your average everyday explosion. Perfectly normal. What if someone gets hurt? We know our limits. That said, I'd also like to extend my apologies to you for this accident. Truly sorry, sir. Maybe it hasn't quite sunk in for you yet, but believe me, stay long enough and you'll learn to love this city. I think I can live without that sinking in. And there you have it. Welcome to Laterano, sir. So that's Laterano. A city where people love to just blow stuff up, but they do so in an orderly fashion, following all the rules and regulations. Tut tut, if it isn't Mostoma. Just what is her ability? Is she slowing down time or merely tricking people into perceiving it that way? You might not have noticed, but when the pillar was falling, Isel was going to rescue the guy who's getting crushed, but it appeared as though the pillar was slowing much slower than gravity would allow. Mostoma did that. It blows my mind every time. Orin, what's going on over there? Not much, just a normal day in my lovely hometown. Though I did get a better show than expected. The others are waiting for us. I know, let's go. The Legati, a special messenger division established under the auspices of the incumbent pope. Laterano had previously held a detached position, maintaining neutrality among the central powers. As such, Lateran officials were sometimes tasked by foreign powers with relaying critical information between different parties in the course of diplomacy. So they are a neutral country in this world, and serve as a religious center. This role was normalized and institutionalized within the establishment of the Legata system. They have become a special force moving between the nations. With Laterano's absolute neutrality as a foundation, the Legati aimed to promote the circulation of important information between countries. 1098. Via the Legati, the Pope sends an invitation to all nations of Terra. Gather for a conference at Laterano. I invite every nation to dispatch its envoys for a discussion regarding our collective security. 1099. The Legata system celebrates its 30th anniversary. In March of that year, Legati from all across Terra proceed for Laterano together with the envoys of numerous nations. Everybody's here. Everybody's gathering. For this United Nations. One of those two now just seemed a lot like a Pontifica Cohors, and the other was that a Legatus. Pontifica Cohors. It's a military operation, and you already know what a Legatus is. A strange combination. Isel, are you going to stick around now that your witness's work is done? Don't worry, we'll rebuild the pillar good as new, just like we wrote in our application. Good, I'll leave it to you then. I'll be going now. I've still got quite a bit on my plate. Just to confirm, I'm looking at for a will registered by someone who's passed away. Who could it be? I gotta say, this house looks beautiful. It's an amazing looking house. The interior design, really good. Not the point, but, Federico. A typical single woman's residence with no trace of any other occupants. In the bedroom, her body lies serenely. No signs of poisoning, no signs of violence. Federico here. Female citizen's body discovered at 765 via Thervacius Pegasus Stivonus. Preliminary determination of cause of death. Natural. Please notify the Ecclesia Requietum of the Pagus to come and inter the remains. I don't know what any of that means. Not important. Preliminary search found no last will and testament. Please initiate new assignment. Confirm deceased's identity. Search for will red uniform. That's what Mama said. Is the uniform man gone or still here? It's alright. When someone visits, just take a nap on your little sofa, just like always. You can go back to Mama when you wake up. Don't panic, Cecilia. Why are you so worried? Why can't you fall asleep? It's okay, it's okay. You just need to wait for the stranger to leave. It'll all be alright when you're with Mama again. She might not be with Mama again. A little subtext. Alright, so now we have all kinds of people from all over the nation. A lot of those people have been featured in other stories as important people in other countries. Seems things went pretty well in Sargon, huh? They sent out a whole bunch of envoys. Don't get me started. The Pashas are all eager though, but the problem is none of them can agree on anything. I'm already thinking heaven, they haven't started brawling yet. What about Casimirs? Their military sizable no matter how you slice it. The Adeptus turned down our proposal. Thank God. Because I really struggled with that name. But the KGCC was actually very interested. One rep even sought me out. We had a long chat. He understood the international situation as well as Legatus. He might even come in person if he's not too busy. But enough about us. How are you? How about you, Warren? The situation of Victoria is anything but simple these days. I'm sure you've heard a thing or two. Duke got it in and I got along fine, but it's less that he doesn't want to appoint anyone to be here, more that he can't. Everything's balanced on a knife's edge, more or less. Jan didn't dispatch anyone either. Not that they didn't send a stream of gifts conveying our thanks to His Holiness. How very unease of them. Kerag actually sent out a few, after rising to prominence these last 2 years, and every other nation's envoys are already here. To be honest, I never imagined this job would go so smoothly. Scared. A little bit. You haven't been a Legatus for too long, if I remember right. Less than 4 years, I guess. But our organization has been active for 30 years now. After all our efforts, I'd say every last one of us has earned these results. Besides, we're still a long way off from what we're hoping for. A true summit of nations, right? We need more than envoys showing up in the Lateran Basilica audience hall. We need the people in power, the ones that can actually change things. So, save your nerves for the day we have to greet the big guns instead. Thanks for putting it like that. Now I've got no idea if I should be excited or terrified. So as you can see, it's a meeting of all the great nations. They were just going into a little detail about who's here, who isn't. If you're not familiar with a lot of the countries, don't worry about that. Not important, really. I see you can't stop yourself from terrorizing the newbies, Orin. You won't be. And nothing to get keyed up about, even if that day really comes. That's what we're qualified for, aren't we? Maybe so. So are the acting legati of each region all present. We're only missing Mostema. Mostema? Oh, I just happened to see her. What's she doing? Right now, taking in her native air again. Forget her. We were never counting on her to come anyway. She can report to His Holiness last, and we're good, just like always. Sanctitas advenit. The Latin in this is going to trip me up, I know it. In a split second, the hall is silent and still. All of the messengers' gazes lie on one spot. The teacher of all Laterano, their guide, their spiritual leader. Gabe Have you had breakfast yet? That's the Pope. That's the Pope, Santa Claus. Well, no sign of external force. It was likely due to illness. A pitiable soul. May she not ail, so on the other side. Dimming Sancta, your remains shall be conferred into the Ecclesia Requietum, where you shall rest. Here, this was hung on the bedroom wall, handed to a member of the notarial hall. Why did they take Mama away? What do I do? Cecilia casts her gaze to the entrance. You can't go out. You can't be found. Or you'll be in danger, Cecilia. That's what Mama said. But if Mama got taken away, will she be in danger too? Very sad with this girl. But time for a change of pace. Here we have two old friends, Mastema and Fiammetta. Wait, you're actually using my name for once. What gives? Oh, you don't like it? More of a fan of Shimmering Vigil then? Or do you want a new one? Fiammetta's fine, thanks. Seriously though, what is it? Say, my lovely coworker should be in the Lateran Basilica right about now, no? Reminiscing about me, maybe. If you're aware, then maybe you should show your face for once. Nah, forget it. I'll never get used to the ambiance in there. Besides, you'd want to see a living warning sign rock on in there. They'd just be uncomfortable. Since when do you care if other people are uncomfortable? I'm not so bored I'd make myself unwelcome just for fun. Objection. Case in point. I'll admit that you're enjoying being back here a lot more than I expected, though. Really? Welcome to Laterano and all that. I think I'm just in high spirits. Probably from coming home after so long. Yeah, right. Sure, whatever. Let's go. Where to? To see her, of course. Now, they'll explain what's up with her a little bit later. But for now, the most important thing to know is that people look at Mastema a little bit different from the other angels. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that she has a devil tail. And you can't see it, but she's got horns too. So, you know, consider that. That's what they're talking about. Oh, maybe she's in a different hospital now. It's been ages since the last time you returned, after all. Follow me. It's also why she left in the first place. The devil tail, that is. I haven't been to this package too often. It seems not too far from the outskirts. I should be nearly there, right? 7265 via third. Just I can't read what I wrote here. Is that an Ecclesia Requietum hearse down by that door? Hello. Excuse me, sister. Calm down, young executor. Have you finished the inspection already? Correct. There was a sancta who departed us by illness. May I quickly verify the remains? Confirmation complete. The deceased is the homeowner, Fioria Laporta. My assignment mentioned no wheel was discovered nearby. May I ask if you noticed anything resembling one during your inspection? We did not. However, this is for you. The notarial hall would wish to reclaim it, correct? Is this her patron firearm? Understood. I'll take it back with me. Thank you both. So a patron firearm. If you notice how everyone has been carrying a gun, well, every citizen is assigned a patron firearm when they get to a certain age. Everybody has a gun. Enjoy. Business addresses, homeowners. She didn't prepare a will. The diagnosis record states, given the illness, giving up on hospital treatment makes sense, but why wouldn't she leave a will? Who's that? Is that a neighbor's child? Why is she hiding from me? Watch out. What? Did she faint? Why is she only tripped? Does anyone know who this child's parents are? Does she live nearby? I've never seen her before. Is she passed out? What if she bumped her head when she fell? I've never seen her either. Maybe she just moved in. I can ask around at the neighborhood hall. What for? If she hit her head, then we need to get her to the hospital. You hurry and take her there, executor. We live just around here. If her parents come looking, we'll point them straight to the hospital to find you. No, perfect. Thank you all. They're so helpful. I didn't think Cecilia would run straight into a notorial. Right outside her home. What now, Patya? What else? Follow them. Make sure she's safe. And get her out of the notorial hall's hands. Oh my. Mysterious. Okay, that was part 1 of... It's a bit, this story. But also listen to this jam. Hell yeah. Alright. The rest are not that much, well, maybe they are. Like I said, they're not that long, but they are a little bit. Yucatan doesn't let her in food bug you, at least like a little. Tastes here definitely lean on the sugary side compared to Keurig. Don't you like sweet though, Riss? That doesn't mean I can take everything sweet. I'm starting to miss Keurig now. It's that bitch Radatos' fault. All blah blah, grab every opportunity to re-establish our clan's status. She didn't even come herself. Throw me into the sleigh out here. So they are from Keurig, which is a mountain, relatively hard to get to, not well known. It's a big icy blizzard mountain up in the mountains, a mountain in the mountains, and they have very also very religious kind of society together, where they actually have a number of clans of different types of people who all rule together. And so a lot of their internal politics have to do with their clan status between each other. And so these two are from one of the 3 clans. That's the main important thing. It's just a small detail anyway. It's a show of the matriarch's trust in you. After that incident put us on the brink. It's because of the incident. That was an event. The incident was a different event. It was your joint efforts with her that ensured the Browntails held on. And you got tossed off to the side. You just love living behind the scenes, don't you? Personally speaking, getting to see you shine is more than enough satisfaction for me, Russ. Ooh, when did you learn to talk so smooth? That aside, Madame, this conference may turn out more fruitful than we expected. We didn't think so many countries would be here. Seems we might have underestimated Laterano's influence. Yeah, that does sound about right. But don't you change the subject. Oh dear. Oh, I do not have eyes. You bumped into me, I think. Your Lithuanian is an embarrassment. What corner of the hinterland did you scurry out of? I come from Keurig, and it's certainly not the hinterland. Keurig? What kind of place place is Kirak. Lady Sharon, Kirak is the nation of the snow realm in the buffer zone between Victoria, Columbia, and Casimiras. There's a country in those mountains. Ha! The very definition of hinterland. You think an envoy of a trifling glacial state has the standing to be flippant with me, a duchess? Madame, first, I have to stress again, Kirak isn't some hinterland like you keep saying. You can probably thank your own narrow mind that you've never heard of my country. Second, you're the one who bumped into me. You owe me an apology. You dare! Lady Sharon, we're in the Basilica. It's like, you know, the Vatican. Lady Sharon, permit I remind you, you currently stand in Laterano and not your Lathanian domain. And who are you? A Lateran legatus. What are you trying to tell me, legatus? This is the Basilica. What, do you intend to declare that as host, Laterano sides with this provincial creature? Laterano sides with order. Therefore, Lady Sharon, you should apologize to Madame Sirius. You know my name. You'd expect me to know the names of all diplomatic envoys, wouldn't you? Oh, then you must be well aware of who I am. Of course, Duchess Frances of Lithanian. But permit I remind you again, this is Laterano, Duchess. In Laterano, you are asked to honor the commandments and orderly abide the rule of law. No matter what privileges you enjoy in Lithanian, they do not exist nor apply in Laterano. This is how Laterano treats its guests. If you're willing to be a guest of Laterano, Laterano will wholeheartedly treat you in kind. Orin, when did you start standing for Laterano, huh? As a Lateran legatus, do I not have the right? Not in the Basilica. Lady Sharon, please quell your anger. Don't you think it's a little late to be pacifying me, Cardinal? Your Grace, I beg your understanding. The legatus who contradicted you will be given an appropriate punishment. And rest assured the Laterano's goodwill during your stay in the guest house. Madam Sirius, I beg your pardon as well. The fault for this minor understanding lies with our shortcomings. If you'd be willing to magnanimously accept my apologies, I hope to invite you in a short while to the side rooms for a talk. Sirius looks at Yucatan, and Yucatan gives a subtle nod. Laterans, my. Alesso, Martina, please look after these three most important guests in my stead. Orin, come with me. Here comes the punishment. Alright. Got in trouble. Now here we are at the hospital. Yes, the deceased in Pacus Devonus did not leave behind a will nor any prior registration of one. I'll return to the notarial hall in a bit and submit for double checking. Currently, I'm at Pacus Devonus Central Hospital. No, I'm alright. I just found a girl injured in a fall. I'm taking her to be examined right now. No, I wasn't in a traffic accident. No, the parents aren't with her. She's still unconscious, and for the time being, we can't confirm her family circumstances. Once she wakes up, I'll bring her back to her guardians. Right, and if she doesn't wake up soon, I might need to use notarial hall privileges to... Pardon? I can consider this one of my practical assignments. Alright, I'll fill in all the documents after it's over. Sorry for that, I'm finished. It's alright. This doc's physical checkup is done. No wounds anywhere, nothing on her head, so it probably wasn't a knock on the brain, but the girl does have a small fever. Odds are she was ill. She'll need a few more tests before it can be sure what caused her to pass out, but it won't be anything too bad. Doc set her up in Ward 2127. You can wait there for the examination results. Is she your sister? Are you on duty? Why are you bringing a little sister on executorship? I barely ever see executors here in Stephonus. She's not my sister. So why'd you bring her here? Is she your target? Oh, heavens, our executor's really that ruthless? You'd execute a little girl like that? What did she do? I only came across her in the street. She's not my target. She just lives in the vicinity in all likelihood. Really? She must be new around here then. That's the only hospital in Stavonis, so all the kids come here for checkups when they're sick. You should see the site of the consultant room in the pediatrics whenever seasons change. It's exhausting. Lucky I'm on shift to the recovery next week. Have you heard of our recovery department? It's famous. The wheelchair rapid fire competition last year there. Oh heavens me, I've never seen guns blaze that fast before. I still suspect that must have been a gun night. A little bit young for it though. What's that look for? Didn't I tell you recovery was famous? We have multiple people from the Basilica all recuperating here. Did you just say that girl I brought here was newly moved into Stavonis? I've never seen her before, that's why. If she's not your sister, then a kid that small can't have come scampering from another package, can she? Well, obviously there's a possibility of just never seen her by pure chance, but I can tell a girl like her falls ill day in and day out. I've seen too many of them. Where was I? Consulting in pediatrics. Listen, last week. Oh, here you are, gossiping with the family again, Elisa. The doctor wants you at the test center to pick up the results. On it. Some people. Chatty Cappies. You're sure you fetched the right report? Yes. Is there a problem? I've never seen a blood analysis this strange before. Once it's photocopied, send the original back to the head of the doctor's office along with this note from me. I need to pay a visit to recovery. Blood. Something in the blood. That attendant's headed for the doctor's office. What now, Patia? Allocate 2 to hold the report. Deliver back. Don't go big, just hold things off. Win a little time and we're fine. What about that doctor? It looks like he's gone for recovery, but not the end Cecilia's in. That works. This way, the executor will still be in the dark for now. Everyone else with me will draw the executor away and get Cecilia out before the hospital's people reach her. Remember, move quick, but don't be rough with Cecilia. She's our companion. Don't make her hate us. Mama, why do we need to go so far every time we meet Daddy? It's really dark now. Because Daddy's not able to come to Letterman City. He can't live with us. Why? Because he's different from us. Then can't we stay with Daddy? Daddy wouldn't want you to stay with him, Cecilia. You'll understand when you're older. Why does Daddy not like me? Is it because I'm not good enough? If I'm a good girl, can Daddy be with us all the time? Cecilia, you have to trust Daddy. He loves you, even if he can't be by our side. Mama. You're awake. Where am I? You're in the hospital, miss. You fainted in the street, and I took you here since I couldn't find your parents. A hospital? Is this a hospital? No, you're wearing a uniform, Mama said. Has your mama been telling you things? Come to think of it, when I first saw her, wasn't she hiding from me? It's alright, miss. I can take you to find your mama. I'm a good guy. You can help me find Mama. Mama got taken away by people in gowns. This might just be a kidnapping case. Is that why she was all alone here? Okay, little miss, stay calm. I'm a notorial hall executor. I'll help you find your mama. How'd she get taken away? You're a notorial hall. That's name's Estelle. Look, here's my name tag. Will you really help me find Mama? Of course. What's your name? I'm Cecilia. Huh? What's wrong with your halo? What is this about? Even in the most downcast moods, Sancta halos don't dim like this. Unless... But a child this small wouldn't even have a patron firearm yet. What could explain this? No, beyond that. Cecilia, how do you feel? Is your halo? Sometimes it goes like this. Mama says I'm ill. It'll be fine soon. Estelle has realized something. Amidst her current pain, Cecilia is anxious about her missing mother too. But he cannot sense any of her pain, nor anxiety relayed from her. Cecilia is without a doubt a sancta. How could this be possible? Hey, Jordan, thank you so much. Appreciate the subscription. The subscription. Is that how you say that word? Appreciate it. How you doing? So halos in this world allow you to sense someone else's emotions or how they're feeling. You can't read their thoughts per se, but you can kind of get a feel for how they're feeling. But he can't tell how she feels. Are you this girl's relative? Functionally? Come with me. She's got somewhat special circumstances, and the doctor said he needs to talk to you in private. There is a strong gust of wind just now. I'll close the window in case you catch a cold. Oh, okay, yeah. Alright, Cecilia, just get some rest. I'll be right back. Don't worry, Cecilia, we'll keep you company. Surely they wouldn't do anything untoward. The rooftop. You said Cecilia's circumstances were special. Special how? Well, we can't be exactly sure yet. We'll need to wait for the diagnosis. The doctor will be here shortly. Just hold on, and we'll see what he has to say. I've already reported Cecilia's situation to the notarial hall. My colleagues are fast on their way. What? Tell me who you are. I'm an attendant, right? What are you talking about? The doctor will be here momentarily. Would a normal hospital attendant get nervous hearing the words notarial hall? AKA the cops. So you suckered me. I only needed to keep you here for a short while anyway. If I were you, I wouldn't be giving myself trouble. Patty is said to be more gentle with Cecilia, but not with you. Patty, was it? You'd do well to forget that one. Come on out. Let's give our notarial hall man some break time. Come on, boys, let's get him. And then we kick his ass in a battle. And now after. So you're able to move around without your wheelchair now. Yes, I've been rehabilitating pretty well. Last year, they had a wheelchair rapid firing contest, which I won, and then the doctors banned me from competing again. We'd have to look for a gun night to beat your firing skills, I think. Oh, that's nice to hear. I'd be even happier if someone learned how to say a few nice words to the sick, like my darling Fiametta here. Mostem, are you just gonna stand there pretending you're the curtains? You know I'm not the type, Lemuen. What type? This is your first time back in 2 or 3 years. My memory's not that good. Fine, Lemuen fires better than anyone I know. Her skills are incredible. That's more like it. Is Elle doing alright in Lungman? So that's her sister. sister's name is Lemuel. Lemuel. I saw her recently. She's doing great. You'd better worry about yourself before her. And I'll copy those words right back at you. How long are you going to stay this time? Don't know really, but it'll be at least until the conference is over. Wednesday after next, I think. Tuesday after. Oh, Tuesday. Otherwise, it's up to how that old weirdo feels. Who knows if he'll send me on some weird and wacky assignment again. Did you just call His Holiness weird and wacky? He's not gonna mind, Fiametta. If you want to stay for a bit longer, I could help you there. That's so. Did you figure it out already? Figure what out? What are you two talking about? Did you really not realize, Fiametta, who we've been handing our reports to for the last half year? Oh, is it that obvious? What? Wait, Lemwin, you got a job at the Lateran Church while you're still in rehab. Don't worry, it's just some secretary work. How long will you stick with it? I'm not sure yet. Will you return to the guard? Little chance of that now. Your marksmanship, overlooked just like that. It's a mind-boggling waste. You judge me so highly, Fiametta, even though I messed it all up. That wasn't your fault. And it wasn't yours either. Don't stretch yourself too thin. The day will come when I settle the matter with him. Oh well, Mostima, can I rub your horns? No. Spoil sport. Oh, look at this nice picture. Lemwen gazes out the window as Mostima stands beside it, idly playing with the flowers in her hands. In a flash, Fiametta returns to a time before. The sun shines ever bright and beautiful during the Lateran springtime, and a hint of chill rides the air. Through the window, she spots the roofs of church buildings large and small. Here and there, now and then, foul beasts streak across the sky. Lemwen is peaceful in any ordinary time, occasionally uttering a remark or two. Around her, the atmosphere softens. The standoffish Mostima relaxes without realizing, unable to sense the smile she lets slip. Oh, I see you smiling. You can do it. Just as always. As if none of it ever happened. But it's only an illusion. After that night, not a single more could she soundly sleep. Not this upcoming night. They're talking about a past event. Just so you know. Limwin. Something's on my mind, Limwin. Does this hospital have all that many volunteers? Huh? I suppose. Come in. Senora Limwin, I want you to take a look at this. Oh, you have visitors. It's all right. They're old war buddies of mine. War buddies? You don't mean... That's right. In that case, maybe all three of you could take a look at these test results. I know no one better than three war buddies to take a look at these test results. Orin, do you know what you're doing? Maybe you'll be kind enough to tell me. She's not going to think of your methods as personal conduct. She'll be thinking we're going out of our way to exhibit the Lateran stance. Slip up for a moment and this becomes a diplomatic incident. Isn't that exactly what you want? Conflict leads to issues. Issues require resolution. Resolution needs a channel. Laterano's providing a whole new way to resolve issues. And we provide this method under two prerequisites. What we say has to carry enough weight, and what we say has to be appropriate. you say, Your Holiness? Do you agree with him, Val? He's pretending to be smart. The reason Laterano stands upon this land, and the reason the Nuntia Apostolici can cross all borders is that Laterano possesses faith. No, it's because of Laterano itself that the Nuntia Apostolici are given passage, Your Eminence. We all know clear as day that the true Lateran faith can't reach beyond the sanctum. I'm sorry, but I might let you down if you count on it to get things done. And if you seek death, you can apply through the proper channels. Truthfully, I've never understood how you do manage to fight so much. When I set out on my way back from Victoria to Laterano, Duke Godadin asked me a question, and I believe it's not one I'm equipped to answer. He asked, does anywhere in Laterano suffice to draw me there? Your Holiness, when we're sat at the playing table, will the cards in our hand be enough? Your Holiness, Mostoma wishes to speak with you. She states that what she must report cannot be heard by any other. Then we'll step out of your hair. You may go. Put her through. Understood. Time sure does fly, Your Holiness. A good while, my child. Is Limwen well? No hiding anything from you. We've seen something interesting here at this hospital. Oh, must. Go on. I saw the results of her physical checkup, and some of the signs look very familiar. Say no more before you turn to the Basilica Mostoma. Understood. Fiamet will go find the person these results belong to. So these test results were so much of a big deal that they had to talk to the Pope about it. I really hope that never happens to me. I know the hospital name Wynn's recovered in is Pagus Stavonis. Stavonis. Something that make Mostoma use a dedicated line to talk to the Pope. Oh, quit messing with me. What could it be? Hey Raccoon, what's up? Cecilia, do you feel alright? My head really hurt before. It's a bit better now. In that case, I'll carry you out. Out? Who are you? We're your companions, Cecilia. There's someone waiting for you. Mama? I'm afraid it's not her. Your mother won't come back, Cecilia. Why? I'm sorry, I can't explain it to you. But someone can. I'll take you to see him. I'm sorry, miss, but I want to find Mama first. I'm really not good with kids. Sorry, Cecilia. Whether you want it or not, I have to bring you away. You aren't safe here. Cecilia. Too quick. Who are you? What are you doing to Cecilia? Not for you to know, Sancta. Cecilia was a companion of ours from the start. You're the one stealing her away. As you can see, she's also a bird person. No halo. Bird ears. In that case, please tell me your parents' family's name, her home address, identity number, and your blood or legal relationship to her. Ugh, notorial hall brain rot. If you have proper grounds to leave with Cecilia, you can tell me, and I'll take it into account in my decision. If you were a Liberi, how do I want to say that? Liberi. If you're a Liberi, I'd consider it. But Sanctum like you, no chance. Laterano yourself. Why hate the Sancta? Let me tell you something, you notorial hall scumbag. The thing I hate second most in my life is when people like you selfishly assume it has to be a law of nature that every library who lives in Laterano gets along great with Sancta. That's second most. If you don't plan on elucidating your grounds, I won't let you take Cecilia. Not your call. I'll hold him off. You take Cecilia. Right. Sorry, Cecilia, just bear with it. I don't want to. What's happening? Was that an explosion? And the smoke? The window. It must have been when there was a strong gust of wind now. I'll close the window in case she'd catch a cold. God damned executor. I'll give you a word of advice. If you truly care about Cecilia, then don't give her up to the Notorial Hall or the Lateran Church, or else you'll regret it. Cecilia, hold on tight. Right. Are you all right? Yes. Good. We need to break free of them then. Is he going to listen? Of course he won't. Sunk are a bunch of happy-go-lucky idiots, but the ones at the Notorial Hall don't even get the happy-go-lucky part. Just idiots. Whether he listens or not, we need to ensure Cecilia is in our hands before we can proceed. Then we need to notify the others ASAP. Already done. Huh? While I was talking to him just now. Oh, you wanted to hold him up so you could send word out. He can't outrun us. Why was the door to this ward open? What, is that you, Patia? Huh? Was there an 8-year-old Sancta girl staying in this ward? No. I heard an explosion on the way here. Did you have something to do with that? What's so weird about explosions in Laterano? Are you really the Patia I know? Fiametta, the girl you're looking for, is already out of hospital. Which is technically true. She's definitely not here. Why are you here? What? You get to show up in Stefano Central Hospital, but I don't. Are the guard looking for this girl too? Where'd you get this information? I left the Pontifica cohorts long ago. Weren't you off being a Legatus's bodyguard? What? Now you're back in Laterano again looking for some Sancta girl? Don't you just love being surrounded by Sancta? A library like you are all Patia. What's happened to you since I left? Don't ask that like you actually care. Enough. You don't need to talk to me like that. If the girl's not here, I don't need to waste any more time with you either. Forget what happened to me. You should be wondering just what you're doing, Fiametta, Miss Veteran. Tisk tisk, Patia. Here I thought you loved your precious Fiametta. Here you are with her again, of all the things, and this is how cruel you treat her. What's it to you? What about the Notorial Hall kid? What's her plan? Don't get so gruff, Patia. I might have an even better solution. But I'll need another small favor from you. I think I know who she was talking to. I didn't get it at first, but I was like, that's it. Okay. Alright. That is two out of 9. I think we can do it. I think we can finish it. And you left just like that. There's no point bickering with her. And I'm half sure she was only there to hold me up anyway. If the girl's not in hospital anymore, then we need to confirm her whereabouts. How's your end? questioned the hospital staff. It was a trainee executor who admitted the girl said he picked up a lost child and couldn't find her parents. Procedure dictates he bring her back to the tutorial hall. Even if he's not there yet, I can find his location through the hall system. I've got to say, you being so capable isn't good news for me. Oh yeah, and after your report, stay there in the Basilica for now. Oh, you don't need my help? No, I feel like something's waiting to happen. Didn't something already happen? You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, hang back there. You might be more useful to me that way. Are you worried about me? I just don't want you scampering all over the place. Let me conserve my energy. No problem. Shimmering Vigil. Use my real name. God damn you. Phew. There's so many people here, which makes it harder to find us. This is Pagus Ambrosius. Have you ever been here before, Cecilia? Mama used to say she'd go to Ambrosius to buy things. Maybe she's here. Tell me more about your mama being taken. What exactly happened? Mama got ill. This morning I was talking to Mama. Then someone came from the notarial hall with white clothes on. Then, after he left, people with gowns came in and took Mama away. The notarial hall. Could this really be a kidnapping case? Something doesn't feel right. Where were you then, Cecilia? Did they see you? Where did your papa go? Is this gonna help me find Mama? Not for certain. It's just, if you can tell me more, I might be able to find some leads. Cecilia, my darling Cecilia, you have to hide. Don't let them find you. In that case, please tell me your parents' family name, home address, identity number, and your blood or legal relationship to her. If you have proper grounds to leave Cecilia, you can tell me, and I'll take it into account in my decision. That's what he said before, echoing in her mind. Hold on, Cecilia. Hello, it's me. Yes, I'm in Pagus Ambrosius right now. Right, I'm helping this child find her mother. Return to the hall. Alright, I was about to. I'll be roughly half an hour. Right, copy that. Mr. Azell, are you going to take me to the notarial hall? That's right, is something... I'll give you a word of advice. If you truly care about Cecilia, then don't give her up to the notarial hall or the Lateran Church, or else you'll regret it. Regret it. Cecilia, I'm guessing you don't want to go to the hall. Mama said I can't go there. But if they can tell me where Mama is, then I will. I can go. Mama's got an illness. I'm really worried. Cecilia, let me ask you one more thing. Had you seen that library from just now? No, I don't like her. Just give me a moment to think and I'll be with you, okay? Cecilia's mother forbade her from going to the notarial hall or from approaching executors. An executor showed up before Cecilia's mother went missing. Cecilia's mother went missing. Cecilia was almost abducted by a suspicious librarian whose name is likely Patia. Patia said Cecilia cannot be given over to notarial hall or the Lateran Church. And finally, something's wrong with Cecilia's halo. Would it even be possible for me to extricate myself from this at this point? No. Don't run away, Azell. Think. What should you do? Mr. Azell, in the hospital, you said you would help me find Mama. Is that true? Is that still true now? This can't be the only solution. else who knows your mother. I'll help you find her. That's my promise. Thank you, Mr. Azell. I don't know how to get back home from here. I've never been here before. But if we go back to where I saw you, mister, I know where my house is from there. Not a problem. We'll take a different route back to Stavonis. What a sweet boy. Azell. 100% sweet boy. The Pope. Every time. Welcome back, Mustuma. Time sure does fly, Your Holiness. What news do you bring this time? Relax, it won't be as bad as that one time. Here's the physical report I mentioned before. Last page is a brief from Stavonis Central's head doc. Considerably cautious wording. Mustuma, what is your view? Going by the doctor who did the diagnosis and checkup, this report belongs to an 8-year-old Sunkta girl. All the details point to her being a Sunkta anyway. Empath index isn't too high, but considering her age and physical condition, it's within acceptable range. Question is these few figures here. My own checkups report similar details. But she's not even 12 yet. Never held a patron firearm. It's hard to imagine that she's got the ability to violate any commandments. Outward appearances shoot down any chance that she's fallen either. So, fallen is a term because there are angels. There is a price to pay for breaking a commandment for these angels, and that is to become a fallen angel. For an example, Mostuma is a fallen angel. You can see it based on her horns that she had in the other scene and her tail. She broke a commandment earlier in her life and became a fallen angel. And they say with Cecilia, she is so young, how could she have broken a commandment at this age? It's unlikely, because she doesn't even have a gun. It's hard to break a law without a gun, apparently. Doesn't leave very many possibilities. I think you'd have a better idea than me. If she's not a fallen, another possibility is... No, it's just as at odds with her appearance. Progeny like that aren't able to obtain halos. Right, normally they can, but we don't have many cases to go by anyway. Where's this child currently located? Where's Fiammetta? The kid's out of Stavonis Central Hospital. Fiammetta's tracing her. Apparently, it was one of the hall's trainee executors who checked her in. Veliv, Fiammetta wants you to order the Notorial Hall to cooperate. She's on her way there right now. The Notorial Hall. Silver linings, am I right? She just wants an order to cooperate. Is Fiammetta alone going to be enough? You forget that big conference in Basilica. Thought you were more cautious than that, Veliv. How much does this trainee executor know about the child? No way to be sure. Hospital describes him as just a conscientious guy who saw a lost child and did the right thing. At least when he admitted her. Let Fiammetta handle it for now. Yes, Your Holiness. Aren't you going to participate, Mostuma? Not at the moment. While we were in Stavonis Central, Fiammetta met this library, who used to be a Pontifica cohorse too. She likely made contact with the child, but according to the info Fiammetta sent back, it's not gone smoothly for her, whatever it was she wanted to do. But either way, she definitely used some apostate language. You stay in the Basilica then. Well, no need to jump the gun. Any issues with the envoys arriving? 2 detachments remain. Forecasts say they will arrive on time. Very good then. We'll wait a bit. Patia, we're sorry we lost them. Forget it. He came to Pagus Ambrosius on purpose. The crowds are massive here, and all the alleys. For what looks like a novice, this executor's got a surprisingly decent hand on the ropes. massive wrench in the plan. How could she fall straight into an executor's hands? Who could it be now? Oren? High School Host Club? Things are getting tricky, Patia. What are they doing talking to each other? What? Are you calling to mock me for it? Not at all. Jokes are reserved for when things go without a hitch. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? And you said you wouldn't joke. The bad news. Bad news is, Lateran Church caught wind already. They're officially sending someone to intervene. Guess who got tasked? Fiametta. Bingo. I'm eager to hear what the good news could be. Good news is, it's just Fiametta. Mostoma's been kept at the Basilica. That counts as good enough. But the news I want to hear is what you are doing right now. Real sharp of you, because Mostoma's been left behind. Me and her switched report times, which means I'm free right now. How's that? Jumping for joy? Not a chance in hell. Also, Oren, I'm warning you. Stop acting like you've got such a wealth of experience. I joined up with the guy long before you did. Alright, got it. I know I could never compete with your Miss Vetter. Hey, don't hang up. Hold on, listen, I need you to hold Fiametta off. What about you? I'll be fetching Cecilia. Why don't you hold Fiametta off and I fetch Cecilia? Ease up on the temper, okay? You know exactly why. Besides, if you intercept Fiametta, there's no one harmed, even if you fail. And if I go handle that executor, chances are I succeed are better than yours. Do you hate the Sancta Patia? What are you asking? Answer the question. I don't hate Sancta. What I hate is Liberia, who put them up on an altar with absolutely no self-awareness. If you don't care about Sancta, then you'll never know what makes them tick. What? Are you trying to say you can get that executor to hand Cecilia to you because you're a Sancta? Just like that? You've got it all wrong. Halos allow Sancta to sense each other and better understand each other. But that's not to say we all get to live happy in like a little half mind. Emotional links, ones that are a little too strong, can be a weakness at certain times. Sancta are just too accustomed to them. But once something abnormal happens to you, get stuck with these tiny little doubts that crop up. Is that why you're on our side? On your side? Nah, Patia, I'm not on your side. We're just going the same way by pure coincidence. Oren, who are you on comms with? You really love rooftops, Mostoma. Same to you. All the Legati love a rooftop run, don't they, Oren? Ooh, I saw you this morning. Props to you for that one. That was you, huh? I thought I was staring at someone's rooftop planters. Huh, come on, don't I look good? It's the latest fashion in Victoria. Talking about his hair. All I know is fashion doesn't mean dyeing your hair so it clashes with all of you. You're such a Victoria-phile, Oren. It comes with the job. The glorious Nuntia Apostolici demand a certain baron. Want to guess at my job, then? Aren't you curious why I went to see the old weirdo out of nowhere? It's so secret. It might just sink Laterano. Stop. I don't want to know. You don't. I was really hoping I'd get another helping hand. Instead of meeting up with Fiametta, you're going to recruit him. Don't be like that, Veliv. I'm devoted to you, heart and soul. Not one more disgusting joke out of you, Oren Argiolas. Come on, even I have feelings. Wow, that's the first I've heard of them. hours spent in rewriting your reports. Huh? Is something wrong with my report? Guess how many seconds it took me to read it. Can't you combine my Word account with Fiametta's? We've written 10K or so if you add us together. I'll have you know I spent 5 hours scribbling away like a monk. Mastima's returned to Laterano more times than you've had true facts in there. I wouldn't mind reducing your allowance to match it. I'm real worried, Orin. Penny for your thoughts, Mastima. What if Limwin ends up like Veliv eventually? You know how to paint a scary picture. I'm getting shivers. Seems you do have all the time in the world. Orin's a busy bee, don't you know? That's right, I'm busy. In fact, it's about time I got going. Until next time, my dear Veliv, I'll bring you some chew fingers. What are you looking at me for? I wasn't laughing. Orin Argiolus, pray you do not fall into my hands. Well, little do they know, Orin Argiolus might be engaging in a little top 10 anime betrayals. Senora Fiametta, Izel's already on his way back to the hall. If we could just ask you to wait a little longer, I'll bring you some tea. I'm fine. Do you personally know Izel? I do. He's a trainee under me. Oh, right. You can call me Rochelle. How's this work? Anything dubious, ordinarily? Dubious. Does refusing to work overtime count? He's always gone like a ghost the moment we clock out. But he's fairly good at his work. His practical training period's almost over too, and he should be picking up a good score. I don't really mind him skipping overtime though. He's a kid. Let him have his easy days. Once he gets into field work, there'll be no line between on or off duty. Bring up his position. Are you really so suspicious of Izel? I trust him well enough at this. Oh no. He really isn't moving for Notorial at all, huh? What's he doing? Let me see. With his orientation, he's heading back to Stavonis. Senor Fiametta. Wait, if he really was up to something, he wouldn't leave his locator on. Just give this some thought, please. There's also the possibility this marker's a decoy. If he was faking the marker, then his decoy would be walking on back to the Notorial Hall like it should. Senora Fiametta, please put your trust in the Notorial Hall's executors. I'm not saying I don't trust him. I work here too. Call it clearing him of suspicion. Huh. Oh. We lost his signal. You only just now remembered Izel. Still so young. But if it was off to begin with, I wouldn't have defended him. Fine, lucky little brat. I don't know what your plans are, but it's his deed to bear. Getting some education from you can't do bad, Senora Fiametta. Welcome back, Federico. Thank you. Real frantic day in Stavonis today, wouldn't you say? Was there a complication with the body? I guess the whole show breezed right by you. Body's fine. The Ecclesia Requietum has it now. Oh. Don't you want to ask what show? What show? Never mind. Forget I said anything. But now that Fioria Lady's dead, your trail's run dry, hasn't it? There are other options. Like what? Rochelle Colombo. I require that you access Fioria Laporta's travel logs. I'm never gonna get used to the way you speak. I can give them a look up, but I just want you to know I'm not writing your report. I will submit an application and report in accordance with the follow-up investigation procedure. Sure, okay. Let's see. Huh? find something. That's a curiosity. Come and look at this. How long do you plan on following me? Oh, drop the act. I've had more and more eyes on me since the moment I stepped out of the hall. You people should learn how to spy a little more subtly. What can you do? They're not from service backgrounds and they haven't been trained for long. They're doing great for where they're at. Done pretending, Patia. As long as you don't get in my way, I don't intend on bothering you. Look, we have our past. Let me give you a word of advice. No matter who you've seen, who's directing you, what you plan to do, it's still not too late to pull back. Who's directing me? And who's directing you, Fiametta? Don't make an enemy of the Lateran Church, Patia. And if I said my goal was to be an enemy of the Lateran Church, I can still act as though I never heard that. You're the same as before, aren't you? You'll protect anything and everything, just for a tiny bit of friendship. Shame I'm not who I used to be. You can act like you didn't hear, but I can't act like I didn't say it. Damn. She's gonna go right against the church, is she? That was 2, right? I believe. Now we're at 3. I think so. I think it's that. I think it was J2, right? We just did. And you left just like that. Oh, yeah, okay, we did that. Yeah, we did. Hard keeping your place. Long segments. Okay. Part 3. Oh, Fiametta. Huh. Seems like you're in a bit of a mess. Oh, his voice went to normal. Sorry. None of your business. No need to get worked up. Care to sit down for a cup of tea? Enough of your jokes. Why are you here? Mostema never mentioned you were on our support. Well, Veli didn't give me an official order either. And personally, I'm more than willing to help, yeah. Mostema says there's another group after the little girl. You've already run into them, is that right? More or less. After I heard from the tutorial hall that Azel cut a signal, figured you might get intercepted. If you were to get caught out by the enemy, we'd end up losing the girl, no. I don't know why Mostema isn't here to help you, but if she's pinned down, I figure I'll be doing her a favor. After all, it's not every day I get the opportunity to have the 2 of you in my debt. A few hopeless stragglers can't stop me. A cautious crew sails for 10,000 years, Fiametta. Veli's gonna have a hold over you at this rate. Oh, that's a Yanese proverb. In other words, safety is born of caution. Stop trying to show off, Orin. You're so annoying when you talk like that. I'm not kidding. At least I got to express my goodwill. The rest is up to you. Or do you perhaps need me to escort you, my sweet Fiametta? No need. Goodbye, Orin. No one ever likes Orin's antics. Executor Azel, hand over the girl. It's in your best interest to comply. Your name is Fiametta, right? Signora Fiametta, I have a request. Let's hear it then, as she cocks her gun. No sudden movements. There's no telling how I might react. I know it's suspicious of me to go against Rochelle's orders and turn off my terminal, but believe me, I haven't betrayed Laterano. The reason I didn't follow the hall's exact orders is because I didn't want anything to happen to Cecilia, and I made a promise to her. Is that my problem? No, please let me just accompany you to the Basilica with Cecilia. If the Lateran wants an explanation for the situation, wouldn't it be more convenient to have me around? You're getting ahead of yourself. If you think you'll be able to influence how the Curia will handle this situation, you'll want to disabuse yourself of that. Going one step further, if you're thinking you could take the girl away if you don't like what the Lateran plans to do with her, not gonna happen. Not in your wildest dreams. I wouldn't dare. I'm well aware of Basilica's gun knights. I am a Lateran executor after all. I was concerned before because I didn't know what was happening with Cecilia or exactly who was after her. Now that I understand, I will comply with your arrangements. Alright. Your name is Cecilia. Can you walk? Sal. Cecilia, I can carry you if you're too tired. I'll carry her. You're too slow. Mr. Azell, Don't worry, everything will be okay. Executor Azell Pastor went to 7265 via Thervatius in Pakistan this morning to verify an identity, record a wheel, and retrieve a patron firearm. Around noon, Azell appeared in Stephona's Central Hospital, taking in an 8-year-old Sancta girl and departing in an unusual manner. Through the window, the resident of 7265 via Thervatis, Pakistana, Fioria Laporta, died of illness this morning, and the body was moved to the Ecclesia Requiete. Only one individual is registered to 7265 via Thervatius, and the census Pagus also records only one individual residing there. An investigation of 20 years of maintenance records at 7265 via Thervatius revealed that a basement had been added 7 years ago, with contractor documents indicating that the space would be for storage. But what if it was for a child? This is a file photo of Fioria Laporte and surveillance footage of the girl that is sold to the hospital. You must have already reached a conclusion about where the girl came from. Additionally, according to the results submitted by Azell this morning, Fioria Laporte did not leave a will or an advance directive. The reason is quite clear. She hoped to avoid contact with the notarial hall. It is reasonable to infer that Fioria Laporte knew her time was short and sought to secure a future for her daughter. It is currently impossible to determine whether Azell is the object of Fioria Laporte's entrustment, but based on Azell's background, the probability is low. Combined with the information sent back by Fiumetta, the more likely trustee should be Astray. Mostaba, is this the reason you stayed behind in the Basilica? Just temporarily. Don't be so uptight, Val. Cream puff. Have a delicious cream puff. Ho, 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 ho. So there's a good summary of the movements of what's been happening so far if you've not been keeping up. They went to the hospital, exited the hospital. There's a girl who's been apparently living in that house that everyone else thinks had only one lady living in it, but there was a little baby living in it for 7 years. But no one knows exactly where the little baby came from. Phew. Luckily we went for the more conservative option. It would have been awkward if Fiumetta walked in on me getting rid of the notarial hall's men. Enough of your excuses. I'd avoid saying too much to that executor if I were you. Cecilia's already on the guide's side. As just one executor, Patia, things haven't gone so out of hand that I need to get personally involved. Plus, I think that executor's concerns are simple enough. He found the pity within him to cause his heart to waver, and he couldn't bear to to see a sweet little girl suffer. Now that we understand him, it's only a matter of time till he comes over. No violence necessary. If only Fiametta hasn't shown up so soon. That is to say, it's your fault for not stopping Fiametta, Patia. I... Just kidding. But I do take pity on that one's luck. What was a little old thing is now very complicated. That's what happens when you get ahead of yourself. Is this, too, a trial given to us by the late, great and mighty Lateran? Be the god that they're talking about, probably that guy right there. Are you a believer again? A true believer wouldn't say something like that. Those sorts who treat hardships as trials, they turn it all into a blessing from fate. There are quite a lot of believers like that around the two of you, aren't there? I take them over a self-serving sanctum like you any day. So, what's the plan now? Once Cecilia gets to the Basilica, is she going to come out again? Do we have some way to take her? One step at a time, Patia. If we're talking about not wanting Cecilia to step foot in the Basilica, I'm even less inclined than you. But we haven't all played our cards, have we? Go tail Fiametta, but not too closely. What about you? I've got plenty on my plate. Just found out someone's looking for me, too. Popularity isn't all it's made out to be, you know. Don't go inviting trouble for me. Oh my. Alright, looks like the next clue of the chain is clear. What do you plan to do? I will go to him. Even though I have no doubts about your strength, you're dealing with a well-connected legatus. It'll look pretty bad if you make something out of nothing. He is involved in this incident. We have to look into this precisely because he's involved, right? Sometimes I envy the way you see things. But what if he doesn't know anything? I need to investigate to be clear. That's true. In any case, the fact that Legatus is involved at all warrants looking into. What I didn't expect is that Fioria, an ordinary and reclusive sancta, would provide us with so many leads. An undocumented girl, a Legatus, and a Sarkaz. A Sarkaz. Oh, you're leaving, not even gonna say goodbye. Well, alright then. Now that you're gone, don't blame me, Orin. I can't stop Federico. I'll put in a report for you. That's about all I can do. So, they mentioned Sarkaz. Sarkaz are a different race. In fact, they're one that all Lateranos have been feuding with. Pretty much since the dawn of time. They've kind of had a angel and demon rivalry, where there have been wars fought, and also I say an angel and demon thing because they're angels, but the so the Sancta are the angels, and these other people are actually more of a devil. They all have horns, so that's how you can identify them. Black horns. She's exhausted. You mentioned that you made her a promise. What was it? That I'd help her find her mother. Her mother? Wait, didn't Mostama say in the message that her mother is... Yeah, dead. Saw the body of my own eyes in the back of the Ecclesia Requietum's hearse. Then, why'd you promise her that? I didn't know at the time. And then, did you tell her? I did, but at her age I'm not sure she understands the concepts of passing on or death. Must have been tough for you. And don't look so upset. I don't think the Pope will treat the girl too harshly. Her name is Cecilia. Signora Fiametta. Just Fiametta is fine. Miss Fiametta. I was thinking that After Cecilia goes to the basilica, will she ever come out again? I can't promise you anything, but the way I see things, all else aside, she has a halo. That makes her a sancta. And when dealing with a sancta, all must obey the commandments, be it the Lateran Curia or the notarial hall. At least that's what I believe. Even if she's undocumented. Is that really the main issue? Who knows? Might be possible to get her registered retroactively. But there's something wrong with Cecilia's halo. I'm not entirely sure how serious this whole mixed blood sancta issue gets, but at least the legatus implied that Cecilia would be fine. A lot of foreign envoys have been gathering in Laterano lately, right? So here you have a little hint that it seems that Cecilia might be mixed blood, not fully sancta. And that is a little something different. Mostly people are 100% sancta, or fully angelified, which is why they have a halo to signify that. His Holiness has been preparing for a major summit. I can't help but worry that Cecilia will be a target for someone trying to stir up trouble. Sounds like you've really thought this one through. Coming from the other angle, what would the Lateran Curia do to prevent that from happening? Miss Fiametta, I don't know if I should even be thinking about these things. But I can't just not think. You'll have to pardon me for being blunt. But what's the point of worrying about all this? Is there any part of it you can actually control? If you know that Cecilia is in danger, then you should also understand that for the Cecilia, the basilica is the safest place. You're right. Sorry, I fell asleep. Did we wake you? No, I just... Zell, is that your stomach growling? Want me to buy you a donut, Cecilia? Donut? Okay, thank you, Mr. Zell. Don't worry, I'll go for it. I need a break. My arms are sore from carrying her around. There's no way I can handle her long term, alright? But don't do anything stupid, Zell. Got my eye on you. You still don't trust me? Oh, and turn on your terminal. You're not allowed to have it off. Yeah, I know. Jeez, it's a rookie. Mr. Zell, that lady was so mean to you before. I'm scared. Don't worry, Cecilia. She's not a bad person. Mr. Zell, can't I go see Mama? Can't I even say goodbye to her? Well, we need to take you somewhere else first, so you can be safe. As for your Mama, I'll tell you about her later. Let me think about it first. Is that okay, Cecilia? Do you hear that? Hear what? Someone is singing. Let's see. Oh, you're right. It seems to be coming from that cotton candy cart. But I'm surprised you could hear it with all the noise on the street. You have really good hearing, Cecilia. It's because I recognize that song. Mama taught it to me. I can't go off on my own, right? It's okay. We can't go over there. But I can get the cotton candy cart to come over here. Excuse me. Is someone calling to us? You really like that song, don't you? Hey, there really is someone hailing us. Let's head over there. If we can't get any info, at least let's make some money. Alrighty. Hello. Oh, hello, little girl. Would you like some cotton candy? Yes. We'll get 2, or actually 3 sticks. This flavor here, this one, and then the swirl. Is that okay? No problem. 3 sticks coming right up. Excuse me. What's the name of that song you were singing earlier? Mama taught me the same song, but never told me what it's called. Huh? Your mama? this song. Excuse me, the cotton candy's coming out. I am so very sorry, just give me a moment. Hold on, the compartment's about to overflow. Let me help you. Sorry. Your hat's caught. Rip. R.I.P. Wait, don't get the wrong idea. She's a Cabernet. Miss, your horns just look like Papa's. Uh-oh. Are you also a sarcos? There you go. Put it back on. No, I'm little missy. You've got it all wrong. Yeah, you see those horns? Definitely sarcos. Sarcos. Not allowed in the city. A sarcos infiltrating Laterano. Are you also after Cecilia? What happened, Giselle? Miss Fiametta, this particular individual is a sarcos. But there's another sentence that I dare not say. About Cecilia's father. Might also be a sarcos. Guess we have no choice. Now let's come to this. Sorry for spilling out the subtext. I just want to make sure that if you're, following, you're like, I'm not really familiar with what's going on, that keep you on the same page. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Okay. I feel like we missed a scene, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna just... We're probably fine. A long battle ensued. They're trying to run. Not on my watch. Oh. These merry and serene peddlers are not so merry and serene anymore. I'll cover you. Run. Interesting. A Pero blocking an attack for a sarcos. Neither of you's getting away. The Pero is a dog person, They just said, what if it was just dog in Spanish? Zell, you stay put. Don't you even think about. No funny business, I know. The terminal is on, Miss Fiametta. Trust me, all I care about is ensuring Cecilia's safety. Change of plans. You can't stay here. Take Cecilia to the Basilica right now. It's more dangerous for us to stay in the open like this. Let's go, Cecilia. Huh? Weren't we going to the big statue? This is the wrong way. We're taking a little detour. What's a detour? It means we're going somewhere else right now. The Ecclesia Requietum. Wait. A sarcos? I plan to ask Miss Fiametta for a favor after we reach the Basilica. To have a high-ranking executor look after her, or the Pontifica cohorts to protect her, and confirm that Cecilia poses no threat to Laterano. To let Cecilia see her mother, Fioria, one more time before she's interred. But a sarcos. If Cecilia's father is a sarcos, then she should also be a sarcos. And yet she still has a halo. I might be dreaming. If Cecilia was nothing more than another exception, but she is a sarcos. How could a sarcos with a halo be allowed to leave the Basilica? Even if the worst doesn't befall her, how would she ever be allowed to leave? Even if this gets me expelled from the notarial hall, I have to try. I must bring Cecilia to the Ecclesia Requietum, and at least let her say goodbye. Yeah, so if she is, in fact, a sarcas and a sancta mixed together, she would not be allowed to live in the city at all. They would consider it to be an illegal in their mind, and she would be banished. An issue is that she has a halo, which technically also makes her a sarcas. It's definitely a complicated matter. Probably not. You probably don't want to send her right to the Pope. Probably would not be a great idea for her safety. You can't run. She's gaining on us. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? We can't shake her. See, she's got those little dog ears. This is all my fault. That library's not gonna let us get away. Run. I'll hold her off. But hurry. Stand back. And Dwayne, you're not getting away again. Show yourself right now. She's pissed. Pissed about something. I truly cannot understand why His Holiness would adopt such a hands-off attitude towards the astray. Can you tell me, Mostama, since the two of you are well acquainted? I'm not going to talk about that with you. That's awfully petty of you. I managed to keep him from killing me, only for you to very nearly do me in. Hard to forget something like that. And that's the reason you always wear a hat in front of me. Doesn't it get uncomfortable? I've been a legata for this long already. It's just a hat. And as for you, you should probably let sleeping beasts lie. Do you resent me, Mostama? Laterano has always needed the letter and curia to keep things going. And that's always rubbed some people the wrong way. So, I don't really care. I think we have a little misunderstanding. That few fallen angels remain in the church has nothing to do with the church itself, but rather the sanctum nature of those fallen angels. My attitude may be a bit peculiar, but do you not deem yourself an aberration? This bitch being like, you're a fallen angel. Don't you see yourself as an ungodly abomination? Considering the way you're talking to me, aren't you afraid I'll become one of those regular fallen angels? One of the bad ones? If that was a possibility, I wouldn't be talking to you that way in the first place. Fine. Let's talk business first. When's Fiametta getting transferred? Nothing good's gonna come out of her sticking to me. Shouldn't you be asking her instead? Brought it up before. No good. And you think I'd have a better shot? Looks to me like the convenient part of power is you get to ignore what other people want. There's a price to be paid for that. So then let's hear it. Why do you want Fiametta transferred? She said she was my escort. Are you guys not curious as to what needs escorting? Of course, there's some who think she's a warden or a jailer to a fallen angel like me. And they don't know the first thing about Fiametta. I'm just the bait she's using to get at Antoine. I'm sure she'd be terribly hurt if she heard you say that. Alright, I'll try saying it another way. The bait is the lock and key I'm carrying on my back. Which is, it's the staff. Right here. And what's wrong with letting Fiametta do as she pleases? If she can get rid of Antoine or even capture him and bring him back to the Basilica, I'd be very pleased. So, they're talking about this Antoine character. And he is currently just know that he's a criminal who wants the lock and key. He wants that. Or are you saying that even the two of you together can't catch Anduin? Not necessarily. As long as Anduin is still fixated on the lock and key, he can't escape. But let me think. What if Anduin has already found another path? What really sucks is I've moved on. Lamewin has moved on. Maybe even Anduin has moved on. But Fiammetta is still trapped in that rainy night 8 years ago. There's no way I could bring that up with Fiammetta. It's time like these where I start to miss the good old empathy. Oh wait, Fiammetta's a library anyway. Wouldn't do me any good. You can't use the power of empathy when you become a fallen angel. It's like you get totally cut off. Which is one reason that they are considered like exiled, is because like you're kind of not really a part of the whole like angel race anymore. Oh, this conversation sure brings me back. What? Are you here to share the wisdom of one who has walked that path? If you'll allow me to exercise my authority as an elder, by all means. Do you remember what you said to me 8 years ago? I don't want to ruin the moment we're having, but sorry, Your Holiness, I can't say that I do. I believe it was. No, I still have things to do and people to protect. Valet's impression of me is making my skin crawl. You weren't willing to let me choose for you. So now, why? Now, do you need to choose for Fiammetta? Each must find her own path. She must find it and then traverse it. Well, this is my same answer to you. Figure it out on your own. I'm just the Pope. We're almost there, Cecilia. I'm sorry I'm so slow, Master Azel. The sun is about to go behind the mountain. You're doing a great job. Even though we can't use public transit, we're almost off the plate. If I were as strong as Miss Fiammetta, you wouldn't have to work so hard. It's okay. Actually, Mama took me out once and we went somewhere far, far away from home. Just like here. But won't Miss Fiammetta find out we sneaked out here? If she's only looking for my terminal signal, then hopefully that will buy me a little bit of time. The important thing is that we're here. He must have put his signal somewhere else as a diversion tactic. Is this where Mama went? Cecilia, I've been thinking about how to explain this to you for a long time. Fioria, your Mama, is here. But she's also not. I have no way of letting you see your Mama again. But at least you'll be able to say goodbye to her here. Mr. Azel, I don't think I get what you're saying. If she's here, but she's also not, does that mean she went somewhere else? Where did she go? Let's head in first. Before my father passed away, he always hoped there would be nothing but smiles at his funeral, that we'd see no tears, but if I may, I believe what your esteemed father truly wished was for you to not fall into grief over his passing, whether through tears or laughter. If that is your way of sending him off, then I'm sure he will gladly accept your sentiments. Thank you, Signoria Princess. Allow me to accompany you around the flower fields outside. Oh, please put your gun down. Mr. Azel, that lady also said that her father passed away. Yes, the people who pass away all come here. People who are alive send them off. And after that, they carry on the wishes of the person who passed away and continue on with life. Then, what about the people who passed away? What can they do? Maybe they're watching us from up high in the sky. So we won't be able to see them again because they went into the sky. Cecilia, this is for you. This is Mama's guardian gun. Yeah, my mama and papa are both executors for the notarial hall. I didn't see them much when I was little, and it was my Nano who raised me. Nano really loved his gun, and he'd tell me stories about his younger days every time he polished it. He told me about the battles he fought, his friends, how he met my Nona, and the embarrassing things my papa did as a kid. When I saw my Nono's gun, I would think back to the stories he told me. Later, my Nona passed away. I was only a little older than you are now. An executor from the notarial hall came and took away his guardian gun, just like how I was supposed to take away your mama's gun. Iselle slowly crouches down and places Fioria's gun in Cecilia's hand. She lowers her head and looks at her mother's patron firearm. Iselle gently holds Cecilia's hand. Warm drops of water fall onto the embossed floral pattern of the patron firearm's grip, collecting into a little pool on the young girl's palms. Mr. Iselle, why am I crying? I watered the plants in the backyard every week, just like my Nona had taught me. When they blossomed, I was very happy and called for him to come and see. But it was only when I called for him that I realized he wasn't there anymore. I would never see my Nono again, or his gun. Death is the last goodbye you'll ever say to someone. But to say goodbye is to overcome death. For there to be a goodbye, the living must move forward, while the dead stay behind. A goodbye is the longing that the living have for the dead. It is proof that the dead lived. And that is why we must say goodbye. It's a hot-looking fryer. A sizzling fryer. Right. No story in that one. Here's the story here. You look horrible. Did you pull an all-nighter? He's back. I saw it, and it couldn't have been anyone else. That light. It was Anduin's arts. So that's why you vanished in a puff of smoke yesterday afternoon. He came to you directly, though. He wasn't there for me. When I was bringing the mixed blood girl back to the basilica, I bumped into a sarcos. A sarcos, now of all times, and in broad daylight on the streets of Laterano too. That's right. I went after the sarcos and told Iselle to take the girl back to the basilica. I chased the sarcos all the way down to the edge of the Picus Faber, but Anduin covered her with his arts and she got away. As for Iselle, I thought he'd have made it to the basilica by the evening, but he never made it. This is his terminal. He was stuck to the bottom of a vehicle transporting envoys. Our trainee kid's good enough actor to fool you. I doubt he was acting. Though it's true, I don't understand why he did it. Maybe Anduin kidnapped him too. Fiammetta, I think you really ought to calm down a little. I'm calm. I'm calmer than I was answer a call for backup. I left the rest of you for 4 hours. And by the time I got back to the ruins, it was all too late. I've already told you everything I could. What exactly did he get from the lock and key that gave him the nerve to do that to Limuin? I would tell you if I could, but I don't know myself. Fiametta, this is Laterano, the Lateran Basilica. We aren't running around in ruins in the wilds of Castel anymore. You need to get some rest, Fiametta. How about I help you apply for some leave? If you don't get your annual leave, if you don't use your annual leave, it just expires. Are you serious? The conference is in 2 days, and Anduin brought a Sarkaz here to Laterano to kidnap a mixed-blood Sancta girl. He might have even attacked an executor. I really let my guard down this time. The Sarkaz clearly knew her way around Pagus Faber. They must have infiltrated Laterano a long time ago. What is that maniac planning this time? I'm serious, calm down. The old man's already heard about the Astray, and so has Philippe. I was working in the Basilica yesterday too. Not like I think of meetings as work. In any case, Laterano is really not in as much danger as you think. Anduin's just a Sancta. He's not a monster with 6 eyes and 4 arms. If you really want to take him on, go lie down for 2 hours. Take a nap. We'll talk to Limuin after that. Looks like you're not completely out of it just yet. So, Anduin put Limuin in that wheelchair 8 years ago. And we hear now that Fiametta was not there and blames herself for letting that happen. And supposedly Anduin saw something in Lock and Key, which is Mostimus' staff, that made him do that. And they're not entirely sure what that is. Did you get enough rest last night? I'm very well rested. Thank you for taking us in, Senor. The Ecclesia Requietum's doors are always open, as long as you don't find it too depressing. After all, both the living and the dead visit this place. Given the circumstances, we're fortunate enough to have a roof over our heads. Speaking of which, where is Cecilia? The girl you brought with you. The sisters told me that she slept very well last night. She must have been exhausted. She's had a long day. Mr. Azell, Mr. Fryer, good morning. Good morning, Cecilia. You're full of energy today. Yeah, we have stuff to do. Huh? I asked Mr. Fryer to help me with something. He told me that there is a ceremony for the family of the dead to say their goodbyes. I want to say goodbye to Mama. We will hold a funeral for Miss Fioria. I see, a funeral. It's both a way to pay the dead our respects and for us to find closure. I'll help you, Cecilia. Allow me to thank you again, Senor. No, not at all. It is my honor, actually. There is nothing more beautiful than finding the courage to take that step forward. She is still young, and already she is saying farewell to a loved one. Not many grown men can handle this journey she is about to take. May I come in? Oh, it's you, at last. Please come in. She's here. It's her. It's the singing cotton candy lady. You. Put your gun down. This is a heartfelt reunion. It is no different from the countless emotional meetings that have taken place across the land. I knew it. It's you. Cotton candy lady. I didn't get to talk to you yesterday. I actually really wanted to. horns look just like Papa's. So pretty. I wish I had horns like Papa too. I'm jealous. Really? But your halo is very pretty. It's so bright that sometimes I can't sleep at night. It helps me read storybooks though. Cotton candy lady, are you from the same place as Papa? Why can't Papa live in the city? Why aren't there other Sarkas in Laterano? Oh, my name is Cecilia. Hello, Cecilia. Call me Rosella. Friar, why is there a Sarkaz here? Sarkaz. No Sarkaz have ever been allowed to set foot in our holy Lateran city. But then, what is Cecilia? Let's go. Give them some space. What are you people trying to accomplish? We're only seeking our path forward. Oh. Mayhaps he's not an ordinary friar. Oh, good morning, guide. Salutations, guide. May God bless you and keep you, guide. They call you their guide? Huh. I don't presume to be any sort of guide or leader. You may call me by my name, Antoine. It's him. Did you guess? Did you guess it was him? Did you guess? You probably guessed. If being a leader helps my brothers and sisters feel at ease and points them in a direction, then I am willing to serve as their guide. That's all. I hope that's all it is. I know what you're thinking. The mastermind of a heretical cult, lurking in the shadows of Laterano to lead its citizens astray. A man plotting a shocking conspiracy during this important conference that the city spent so much time to prepare. No. We wish only to throw open the doors to those who are rejected, harmed, insulted, and desecrated. The Ecclesia Requietum will open its doors to them all. But both you and I are angels. They are not. The sacred cathedrals and churches of the Sancta have no place for them. Look at this old man, the Ursus, hammering away at the coffin. He lost his family, his friends, his land, and his home during the war. What does he have to rely on, to believe in? Where can he find comfort and salvation? After a long journey, he made his way here to Laterano, the land of peace and radiance he heard about from passing visitors, travelers. But what did this place offer him? How did the glorious Lateran city treat this foreigner, who had long been a toy of fate's cruelty? See the Cabernet woman watering the herbs. She was branded a whore and a blasphemer for offending a noble, only barely escaping her home when it was set alight. Damn. And all she wanted was peace and quiet, or fate would allow her a bit of luxury, a brief moment of leisure and joy every now and then. Do you think the saints in the basilica will think her their sister? To these men and women, our glorious Lateran citizens might perhaps offer them a sympathetic smile, perhaps even passionately hear their woes, maybe even open up their wallets to show their kindness and virtue. Yet, to the Sancta, all of this will always be somebody else's problem. As for the Sarkaz, the cursed devils, the crafty devils, the devils have never had a choice. Our hatred of them has lasted thousands of years. For as long as history books go back, the Sancta and the Sarkaz have been slaughtering one another. The origin of this conflict is long gone. Our mutual hatred has become common sense. Father and son slay father and son. Sisters murder sisters. The Sarkaz attack Sancta caravans for sport, while the Sancta shoot their Sarkaz enemies through the chest with greatest pride. We are only ever concerned with how we see them, yet we are never interested in how they see us. Vengeance for vengeance grew into custom, and those customs eventually became tradition. But if you are willing to spend the night with them under the same roof, you will find that their joys and sorrows are no different from ours. They rejoice when reunited, weep when one passes. They tease their friends, and they grow bashful when they fall in love. Some of them love drink, others love song. Some of them even choose to dedicate their lives to their faith. How are they any different from us? In Laterano, even the most devout Liberia friars who carefully follow the church's teachings, who dutifully carry out their tasks in each ceremony, even those who are made saints and created cardinals, the church has never truly accepted them. The Liberia are only there to lend a helping hand. They are tools to be used in the church's day-to-day affairs. They don't have halos, which means they aren't chosen. They aren't sancta. Laterano is a place of peace and beauty, a place full of joy and laughter, but only we are deserving of this grace. What you're saying is apostasy. Young executor, let me ask you, why? Why are the sancta the only ones allowed happiness? You know who Cecilia is. We've known for years. She's the child of a sancta and a sarkas. If grace actually existed, she would be it. So you're trying to kidnap Cecilia now because of the conference? We are not concerned with the conference at all. We came to take Cecilia now because, as a child, she should be by her mother's side. As soon as we are done with what we came here for, we will leave Laterano. What are you trying to accomplish? You seem very tense. First things first, we must hold a funeral for Cecilia's mother. Do you see the place up ahead with all the flowers? That's where the gravesite is. Tomorrow, that's where Fioria will be buried. If all are equal when they pass, then so should they be when they live. Man's got a lot, much to think about. Much to think about here. Come out. Executor Federico, Your Excellency, if I may ask, did you provide the sarcasm or the path to infiltrate Laterano? If indeed you did, I would be required to take you into the relevant tribunal of the Lateran Curia for questioning. Must we make things so difficult between us? I suggest you cooperate with the notarial hall. Should you resist arrest, regulations stipulate that I can and will temporarily suspend your rights as a Lateran citizen. How exactly do you explain this encounter of ours with the canon laws and teachings? Should we interpret it as a test, or does it mean we have lost our way? Or perhaps losing our way is part of the test? It is clear that you are resisting arrest. Unfortunately, this encounter will not be resolved peacefully. It's gun time. Okay. I think that was the before. I think we now have some after. Hey, tell me more. Oh, be careful with the candle. Don't get burned. Can't mess up the shape. It won't look pretty. I need to make it look nicer for Mama. Alright, I've told you a lot already. It's all boring adventures and the same old day-to-day life. As for Castell and the legends, it's kind of embarrassing to say, but none of us have ever been. Castell is to the Sarkas like what Laterano is to the Sancta, right? It's the Sarkas homeland. Everyone very happy. There are cotton candy food trucks, right? And candy stores too. There are lots of happy sarcas on the streets, all of them saying hi to each other. Maybe it could be like that one day. Why don't we talk about you instead, Cecilia? What are your mom and papa like? It's not like that. It's not like that at all. I don't actually know. I haven't seen Papa that many times. Every time we went to see him, Mama did a lot of work to prepare, and we always left at night. We walked very far to the forest. We met him in the forest, and he wore a big cape, like he hurried to us from somewhere far away. I don't actually remember what he looks like very well, but I remember his horns. They're black and straight, and they twinkle bright under the moonlight. He took me by my hand and walked me around the forest. He told me the names of the trees and how old they were. It gets very quiet at night outside the city. You don't even hear foul beasts. But I was never scared. He grabbed my hand so tight, it did kind of hurt, but I didn't say anything. Every time we saw each other, he looked like he was even happier than I was, and he also looked a little nervous. When I got tired, Mama would carry me on her back and take me home. When I looked back, Papa would be there under the big tree. He kept looking at us, even after we got very far away. He would still stand there. Your Mama and Papa are both wonderful people. Mama's amazing. She knows how to do everything. Look, this is Mama's guardian gun. Estelle gave it to me. Mama said that Papa couldn't beat her in a fight if he tried. She always let Papa win. But I know Papa's really amazing too. Cecilia, when I say wonderful, it probably doesn't mean the same thing as what you mean by amazing. Really, I'm sure Papa and Mama are both wonderful and amazing. Mama never told me how she met Papa, though. Every time I asked her, she would start talking about something else. Why didn't she want to tell me? When you're still a kid, there are a lot of other, more important things. Do you like watching tea brew? When I was your age, I loved looking at brewing tea. The water would get darker and darker by the second. Rosella, the way you're talking about something else now is just like Mama. I may look like I don't know a lot, but actually, I know a little. I ran all around the city yesterday, but I didn't see any sarcas besides you. Sarcas aren't supposed to come to Laterano, are they? That's why Mama and Papa shouldn't be together. No, I mean, there's somebody who doesn't want him to be with Mama, right? There's no such thing as two people who shouldn't be together. All this will change, and it won't be too long from now. It will happen. Love isn't a crime. I understand. That's why we are here. And when that day comes, can I walk around Laterano all I want? Of course. I won't have to hide in my room anymore. I can visit all the candy stores in Laterano one at a time. Just once. You can go as many times as you want. Wow, I want that day to come soon. I want to grow up soon. Right? Maybe if you grow up soon, it'll just... No, Cecilia, there's no hurry. When I was your age, I also thought that growing up would solve everything. But when I finally grew up, growing up is very, very tough, Cecilia. And it will be even harder for you. The burden that you'll carry on your shoulders. No, never mind. You're still a kid. Let's not think about that. Even though everyone grows up, right? We don't have a choice but to grow up. Rosella, who has been smiling the whole time, suddenly seems somewhat lonely all of a sudden. She looks out the chapel's window at the graveyard outside. It's full of blooming flowers, and in the distance the tall statue in the center of Lateran City makes a faint impression. She starts humming a song, sorrowful, but with a hint of hope. Oh, that song, you hummed it yesterday too. When Mama taught me that song, she said she didn't know the words anymore, so she always just sang it with la-la-las. But I really like how it sounds. What is the song actually about? This is a sarcasm song. It's about a hero who's about to go on a journey to do something really amazing. And that's why everyone sang this song, to say their goodbyes and sent him on his way, hoping he'll come back safely. The hero of the song is going somewhere far away to fulfill his dreams. It may be a long, long journey, but he will surely, certainly. Mr. Zell, Mr. Fryer, what are you chatting about? Good day, guide. Nothing important. Just old stories about the Sarkaz and a few trivial topics. I'm having fun. I've never talked to someone for so long. That's sad. Mr. Zell, did you pick these flowers? Yes, I thought we could extract the flowers' fragrance and give the candles a little scent. Fragrance can help guide the departed in the right direction. That's so nice. Thanks, Mr. Zell. Actually, I'm a little scared. When I say goodbye to Mama at the funeral, that's gonna be the last goodbye, right? Does that really mean I can't see her anymore? Not even on holidays? Not even once in a long while, like Papa? Even if I just want her to pat my head? Even if there's still a story about an angel and a bird and beast that she hadn't finished telling me? Cecilia. Tonight's the last time, Cecilia. I'll stay with you in your mama's room tonight, okay? All of us will be there. You won't be alone. A Sarkaz watching over a sancta child and her mother. The candlelight may be feeble, but it too can light up the path to the other side. And Dizelle, stop being racist. We're having a nice moment over here. Limwin, we're here to see you. We brought you some dessert. A fruit tart I swapped from the Basilica. Wow, you stole that from... You stole fruit from the Vatican. That's... okay. Malcolm, by the way, that cactus looks disgusting. That's our girl, Limwin. You've got fine eyes. Do you really miss me so much that you have to visit every day? We could come see you every hour if that's what you want. Trying to curry favor, are you, Malstoma? And you, Fiametta. That's a terrible smile if I've ever seen one. Did something happen? It's Anduin. You ran into him. We encountered a Sarkaz who had infiltrated Laterano, and when I was chasing him, I saw his Originium arts firsthand. It's using the magic. I see. It's good that you aren't hurt. Limwen, are you sure you're okay here? This is a normal hospital. If he's paid me a visit already. What did you just... A silence descends upon the room. Limwen looks upon the flowers at the table. The way you talk about him is like you're talking about a picnic you had over the weekend. Limwen, I'm not mad about you, but whenever we talk about him, you, and Mostoma too, each and every time when I bring it up, you two always have that same look. Whenever I see that expression on your faces, it makes me think maybe it wasn't him who made crazy that day, that I lost my mind. We felt it is all. You're sancta hive mind again. Fine, you felt what he felt. Why did you point your gun at him then? parts that put you in this hospital. You fell into a coma for 5 whole years. Does that not bother you? Fiametta. Trust me, I'm on your side. It's just that I could really feel I don't want to hear that word anymore. Do you think I'm mad about all this for no good reason? Of course not, I understand. Right, of course. All of you understand. I'm the only one who doesn't. No Halo. She can't tell. She can't feel the emotions. Hey, Fiametta. Fiametta. Shimmering Vigil. You want me to bash your face in? Listen to me. I've got something to say to you, Mostema. Oh my. I'm done with you stinking sunked already. Your empathy, the way you understand each other, I don't want to hear any of it. This is a very, I should bet. Did those halos fry your angel brains? You and Limuan almost died in those ruins. Why aren't you angry? Why aren't you mad? Why am I the only one? The only one who's mad? Don't give me that arrogant smile, that nothing matters attitude. You had to leave Laterano and drift all across the world, bum out in the boonies. Whose fault do you think that was? I followed you all the way to Victoria, to Lithanian, Sargon, Jan. What do you think that was for? You, Limwin, and Dwayne, our team. There was a time when we trusted each other. What kind of God Almighty reason does he have anyway? What gave him the right to betray our trust? And what gave you two the right to understand him? Why should I have to understand him? Do you know how much I miss those days? All those times when we finished a mission after all those close calls. All those times Lemwin took us out to drinks. All those times we tried out a new dessert shop. Even those times he fixed our reports. What gave him the right to ruin it all? Those days mean a lot to me. I understand. That's not the right word to say. Fee. Lateran irises. They grow only in the central garden of St. Marcel, the Sunset Chapel, and the Ecclesia Requietum in Stephanus. Yeah. Come on, we'll go together. So she's talking about the flowers that Limwin had in her hospital room that were given from Anduin. She knows where they were grown. Exactly where they are right now. You're my warden. Better make sure I'm not hurt on the job. Tricky. Okay. Gelato stop. I wonder if we'll finish this. How deep are we? Reckon we should dig a little more. It'll all be a wasteland here sooner or later. It's not like you could stick wheels into the graves. Folks want to leave behind some trace of their lives after they die, but it's all a pointless dream, sadly. Might as well ask for a cremation and have your ashes scattered in the wilderness. That would put us out of a job, though. True enough. If you ask me, graves aren't for the dead. It's the living who need these things. The ceremonies and the big chunk of rock that goes on top of them. Those are the things that folks say their goodbyes to before starting anew. Ha! Till it's their turn to bite the dust. preparations for the ritual are almost complete. I'm not sure. I don't feel so good today. Mama, Mr. Fryer, I was really happy yesterday. Rosella told me about lots of fun stuff. We prepared for the funeral together, and it felt like I was doing something for Mama. But we're done with everything now. What comes next? I think I worked really hard for Mama. But can Mama see all that? Does all of this really mean something? Mr. Fryer, have you gone through this a lot? When it happens during the funeral, what should I do? And what do I do once it's over? Right, the funeral. You're still young, but I don't want to hide anything from you. We do a lot of things for others, but in the end, we do it for ourselves. Cecilia, this isn't selfishness. Rather, it just means that, ultimately, everything that the living do is to mold and shape themselves. We hold funerals and say our goodbyes when our loved ones leave us, but it's also a respite for ourselves. It's a way to mark the road that we've trodden. Many grown-ups use this as a way to find peace, but whether they truly find it, or indeed anything, isn't the fault of the funeral itself. It's really up to us after we go through the thing. And once we are done looking back and resting, we must keep going forward. But where do we go after that? That is something you need to ask yourself, Cecilia. This is a question that only you can answer yourself. And it's a question that both you, I, and everyone must answer in our lifetimes. Ask myself. Only you can find the right way forward for yourself. It is only with your own two legs that you can walk the path. What about you, Mr. Fryer? You know so much. What is your road like? I can't answer you that. I'm afraid I can't even say I found it. It's a tough search and a sad journey. It makes you wonder if the way forward ever truly exists. But I haven't given up. And that is why I and my brothers and sisters call ourselves the Pathfinders. Candelabra. Where does one find... Oh, somebody's there. That library from the hospital. Patia, was it? And the legata's called Orin, too. I really don't get it. What is that guy even doing? Watch your words, Orin. This is the perfect time to act. There are lots of other things we could be doing besides wasting time on a funeral. And I thought you were close to the girl's mother. How cold-blooded of you. I'd already made my decision when I told Aunt Wayne about Cecilia. She's capable of knocking this city off its godly throne. That also means she can shake that saint who's always hiding behind the red and gold curtain, and plenty of others besides. What is he talking about? A saint that wants to bring down his holy city with the help of a mixed-blood girl. Scandalous. You make it sound like I just want to burn it all down for no good reason. I said capable. That doesn't mean we have to do it. In fact, if we don't do it, then her worth as a bargaining chip is that much more. I just have to make sure Cecilia doesn't end up in the Pope's hands. On that point, at least, Aunt Wayne and I are aligned. Word of advice. I don't know what kind of tricks you're trying to play with Cecilia, but do not forget the promise you made to the guide. Thanks for the tip. I don't mind walking this path with you folks for a little longer. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I have worries me more is that there's a legatus evolved. I'll take Cecilia and leave once the funeral's over. Legatus, again, not a race of people, but that's more of like a rank in the like a holy church of Laterano. So it's like a big deal guy is here. Senora Zell, Senora Zell, the funeral will be starting soon. Antoine, I don't care about your grand ideals, and I'm not interested in discussing faith with you. So once the funeral is over, I'm leaving with Cecilia. Where will you go? None of your concern. It's time to light the candles, Senora Zell. Go, be with Cecilia. The early spring mornings are still frigid here in Laterano. Sancta funerals are often accompanied by laughter, music, sweets, and the occasional, inconsequential explosion. The departed become one with the Holy Spirit and return to heaven. This is worthy of celebration. But there is another kind of sancta funeral unknown to other races. On a certain hour of a certain day, a great sorrow will seize all sancta by the throat. They will not be able to move, breathe, or avert their eyes. Each and every fragile soul will be swept away, as if by the floodwaters of a broken dam. Yet neither the joy of the former nor the awesome power of the latter can be found today at Ecclesia Requietum of Pagus Devonus. We find only a frail girl trying her hardest to swing the absurdly unwieldy shovel in her hands. A girl trying to shovel the last bit of dirt onto her mother's resting place. Go, Cecilia. It's time to say goodbye. Mama, what should I do? When I think to myself that I'm doing this for Mama, I don't feel scared of anything. I feel like I can do anything. It feels like I've gotten a little stronger since you've been gone. Is it because I got a little older? But Mr. Zell says I won't get to see you anymore. Even if I grow up and grow even stronger, I won't see you again, right? When I do a good job, you won't be there to reward me. When I do something bad, you won't be there to get angry at me. So, why should I grow up? Mr. Fryer says, I'm doing your funeral and saying goodbye to you. For myself. What does it mean to do something for myself? I'm scared, Mama. A few days ago, a prioress lady that I don't know told me that whether we do it with tears or smiles, the ones who are leaving us will accept our goodbyes. I don't get it. Mama, should I cry or should I smile? Mr. Fryer said it's a question for myself, but I don't know. There is no rush, Cecilia. You still have lots of time. Too bad then that yours just ran out. Oh, I know what that is. Hey, been a while. I finally got you, Antoine. Mostima, Fiametta, my dear old friends. Long time no see. If you're here to mourn the dead, I'm afraid you came a little too late. That's all right. We can always make some more. Damn, crashing a funeral. That's a look. Okay, so then we have a big battle at the funeral. My favorite. Love to fight people trying to mourn their mother. Cecilia, watch out. Mr. Zell. Guide, we have to hold our ground. It's you. Cecilia isn't your bargaining chip. Zell, give her to me. Hey, Zell, what's the big idea? Don't tell me you're working with these heretics, terrorists, apostates. Are those the only names that the church can come up with? Out of the way, Patia. You were right, Fiametta. It's not easy to change the way someone thinks. That goes for both of us. You look like you're doing well. Much thanks to you. You look like you've aged a lot, though. Guide. I have you to thank for that, too. The gunshot wound took forever to heal. Not bad. Definitely better than having her shoot you. That is true. Lemoyne almost died. I know. It was the better option over her bullet. Looks like that mental illness of yours hasn't gotten any better. Hey kid, you must be Azelle. Another Legata. What should I do? Ah! A fallen angel. Miss Fiametta, what's going on? Ah, you fell. Of course. You shot at me. You can't feel anymore. Something that's important to note is that it's hard to see in this image, but he actually still has a halo. He's not broken any commandments. So I use my eyes to see and my mind to think. The little girl here is Cecilia, right? Miss, you have horns, but you also have a halo. Are you a Sancta? Maybe. I don't exactly know, actually. Listen, Azelle, bring Cecilia over here. She'll be fine. I'm supposed to trust a fallen angel. I've got to be more trustworthy than a pissed off librarian. Hey, you mean that bitch over there, right? I see two pissed off librarians, I don't know. Mostama, we haven't finished her mother's funeral yet. Whoa, I almost bought into that. Are you really such a dutiful curate for the Cyclistia Requiet, Mandoin? Mostama, did you follow me here just to catch up on old times? Azelle, have you made up your mind yet? Cecilia, we... Miss... Cecilia, you aren't done yet. Right. And Dwayne, you've got a decent crowd here. You brought so many with you just to get Cecilia. Oh, almost forgot. I have a message for you. It's from the guy in the lock and key. Again, her staff. A message from the guy. There's a guy in there, I guess. Your bravery is commendable, but you won't like the final answer. Thank you for that. I may not be fortunate enough to walk my path with it, but I benefited greatly from its opening my eyes all those years ago. So, the lock and key opened his eyes 8 years ago. Look at you. Are you sure you benefited? Only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. Not good. Azelle, stand back. Ah. An explosion. Can you believe it? I saw an ocean formed of faith. That concludes the report for this operation. Some of my colleagues present were involved in the incident. If you have anything to add, please do. Brothers and sisters, I propose we immediately declare a state of emergency across the entire city. Anduin is already enough trouble to deal with, but now we have a mixed blood Sancta on our hands too. Good night, Giovanni. The conference is set to open soon. Surely you know that a state of emergency would lead to panic among the envoys. Your Eminence, if we face a dangerous element, if a little panic could solve the problem at hand, I consider that an easy win. His Holiness has been planning this conference for years. The Summit of Nations. It could be the key to Laterano's primacy on the land as we know it. But now a panic threatens to destroy this key. And how do you know that Antoine won't bring this conference to ruin if you leave him be? No need to worry, Giovanni. We're talking about a group of desperate people without a future and a small girl of unknown background. Warren, how do you think we Laterans have enjoyed peace from a millennium? It's because we stayed vigilant, taking no chances with such uncertainties. Even though Laterans set off explosions on the streets day in and day out, the way I see it, Reverend Gun Knight just might be looking for an opportunity to use that awe-inspiring but so often holstered gun of yours. I take pride in my gun. Got a problem with that? Please, this is urgent. May I continue? You may. I'm sure you all know that Masterman I used to work with Antoine. The Antoine I know isn't one to go off half-cocked. He wouldn't start a war without preparing for it. So even though he could sow chaos in Laterano, he wouldn't do it without a reason. The only clue the Astray have given us so far is their attempt on the mixed-blooded girl called Cecilia. The Astray, by the way, is what they call this group. Or perhaps it's the Summit, I'm not entirely sure. But I believe it's what they call this group of people who are causing this trouble. We can surmise that taking her is their primary objective, and since they already have her in their possession, I think Antoine's next step is very likely to be exfiltrating Laterano. Therefore, I suggest we focus on two following points. First, we need to step our border controls, deploy more guards to the crossings. We should also form a special elite squad to locate their hideout and bring Antoine in. Secondly, to be on the safe side, I would like the 7th Tribunal to lead the investigation into whether the Astray have made contact with the visiting envoys to determine whether or not they are targeting the conference. As for the conference itself, proceed according to plan, right? That's what you have in mind, isn't it? We're just testing the waters anyway. Oh, I've got to say though, the cold buffet's desserts are disgusting. The cactus tarts are an atrocity. I would like to see some improvement there. I think there's a certain charm to the taste. I agree with Mastama on that point, and that point alone. Blasphemy, I think they're delicious. Gunnar Giovanni has spoken. I suppose we can all agree then. Agreed. Anything that Giovanni likes, you know, is bound to be terrible. Mastama belittling me again, are you? Please, my children, quiet down. I'm too old for all this bickering and over sweets. The laws instruct us to face the unknown with goodwill. We mustn't treat fruit tarts with such scorn. And why am I unfamiliar with this law? I just thought of it this morning. She's getting very pissed. Your Holiness, we'll go with your plan. Well, Giovanni, give Fiametta all the help she needs. And Dwayne will make his way to his goal. Phew. That's why I hate closed-door meetings. We spent 3 minutes on the main topic. The rest of the meeting was everyone babbling their stupid side conversations. That's a meeting for you. Excuse me, senores. May I ask what the decision was? You're still here. I'm taking over the Antoine case. Thank you for your work in the past couple days. You should head home and get some rest. I'll talk to the notarial hall later. Everything you've done will be written off as you helping us out. Miss Fiametta, Anything that comes after this is way beyond the bounds of your authority and ability. Don't forget, you're still in training. I know you're worried about Cecilia, but I'm taking over this case, and that's the best case scenario you could hope for. Miss Fiametta, are you friends with this fallen angel? And the both of you are familiar with Aunt Dwayne? That's right. Is that your answer to both of those questions? We aren't familiar. We're nemesis. But don't you worry. I won't take it out on Cecilia. I don't really understand what was going on with her this morning, but she's still a kid. What about you? You stayed there for 2 whole days. Did Aunt Dwayne say anything to you? Just a bunch of heretical nonsense, talking about how people have rights. Everyone should be equal. I suggest you forget all of it then. It's equality nonsense. You still have your whole life ahead of you, right? Go home, take a couple days off, then keep up with your good work at the notarial hall. You are pretty qualified for the job, if you ask me. Cherish your life, you know. Life in Lateran was precious. Even I look back on it fondly sometimes. My life? Right. Unlike them, I'm just a regular nobody. Okay, let's clock out. But will he clock out? Can he clock out? The Pontifica cohorts have taken over the border checkpoints, and the Apostolic Knights are keeping an eye out for us, too. We won't be making it out anytime soon. We have a safe house, but still. I can't get in touch with Orin either. Damn it. No matter, we can wait. Cecilia, do you regret your decision? I don't know, but if I went with Miss Fiametta, she would have taken me to the Basilica, right? I still haven't figured out my goodbye to Mama. It's okay, Cecilia. You have lots of time to think. Mr. Friar, there was a lady with horns and a halo in the Ecclesia Requietum just now. Is she a sancta? Maybe, maybe not. It's up for her to decide. I thought sancta are sancta. That's true for most of us. But some people get to choose. Or perhaps I should say they don't have a choice but to choose. Because of some unfortunate circumstance. Incidentally, you too have to choose Cecilia. As for whether that is fortunate or not, no one can tell. Can't the Sancta be with the Sarkas? Of course they can. You are the living proof. But I'm causing everyone a lot of trouble, right? Even Mr. Rizal. If you're always worrying about everything, you won't get anything done. People will always fight. Neither gentleness nor understanding can stop that. A lot of times when people fight, it's not because one side is right and one side is wrong. It's because the things that both sides have to do conflict with each other. In other words, the things that you and I need to do are different, and that means we're in somebody else's way. Why can't we go the same way together? Because, for a lot of people, the path that they take is determined by the path itself. For example, the Sancta and the Sarkas. No one can say why the two sides fought each other at first, but the hatred between them has paved the road for everyone. Can't we choose our own path? We can, Cecilia, but it's not that simple. If you want to leave the path you are on and find a new path forward, you must first make your way through a boundless wilderness. It's vast and empty there. You might never find that new path, even if you give up everything you've ever known. Then, why do we still have to look? Right, why do we have to look? Maybe it's because that's what we want. What we want, is that so important? It's It's the only thing we still have. Stop asking so many questions, kid. Mr. Fryer, can I ask a question? Go ahead. What is it that you want? Cecilia, can I tell you a little story? Sure, Mr. Fryer, go ahead. Many years ago, when I was still young, I ran into some setbacks, and then I left. Where did you go? Anywhere. I traveled everywhere. There was a place I stayed for a while. It was a very small town, and it felt a little like my hometown. But it was even more run down. Life was tough for everyone there. Huh? That doesn't sound like Laterano. Once I passed by the town's pub and came across a humming drunkard. He threw up all over me and insisted that I tripped him, that I should pay for his drink. Everyone in the pub, no, everyone in town laughed at him and cursed at him. Those who were scared of him avoided him. Everyone called him a dirty, filthy moron, a lowlife, a sick scumbag. He was a sarcos. They never chased him out of the town, however. He kept living from one day to the next, doing little odd jobs. Then, on one windy, rainy night, a night when no one would go outside, the church's bells started to ring. It was an alarm. It woke everyone up. There were some bad people in town. It was lucky that the bells woke everyone. It was hard, but we chased the bad people away. No one knew who rang the bells, and we all thought it was a miracle. I headed in the direction of the bell tower and reached the wastes beyond. There, I found the church watchman digging a grave. Next to him was a cart, and in it a thin coffin with the sarcasm drunkard inside, wounded all over. I started to help digging. The watchman kept complaining as he dug. He said he was saving the casket for his mother. It was a waste to give it to the sarcos. Then he complained that he'd have to bury the sick sarcos. The watchman said that not long after the bells started ringing, the sarcos came to knock on his door, telling him to run, before the man died at his doorstep. The watchman said that since he saw it was about to rain, he couldn't bear seeing the sarcasm man sleep out in the streets, so he let him into the bell tower for the night. He kept complaining and kept digging. Then when he was finished, he stood in front of the grave and sang a song that the drunkard always used to sing, even though he didn't remember how the second half went. In the end, he complained a little more and poured a half a bottle on the grave. The winds to the hills on high, tail the heroes far flung stride, over long ways long, over briars and thorns. Sorry, I don't remember it either. That's the song that Mama and Rosella taught me. So, the sarcasm man rang the bell. I think he did. So, he was the hero that saved everyone. Maybe. I don't know if someone like him can be called a hero, but I think most people probably wouldn't want to call him one. Maybe he was just trying to help the watchman who helped him. What about you, Mr. Fryer? Do you think he was a hero? What is a hero, Cecilia? I thought about it for a long time, but I know that the answer to this question doesn't tell us who the sarcasm man was. Rather, it tells us who I am. I don't think he himself climbed up the bell tower to be a hero. But it doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. All the questions that I pondered have nothing to do with him, only me. Why did I witness this? What does it mean to me? How is it going to guide me forward? It is always the living who are questioned. But I kept thinking and thinking, what if he didn't do what he did? What if he didn't but led the fanatics, the bad people, to the bell tower? What if the townspeople couldn't fend the bad people off, even after they got woken up? And what if he even died on the bell tower and no one ever found him? There are no guaranteed successes, and there are no choices that are certain to be right. So I came to this conclusion. On that rainy night, he climbed up the bell tower because he wanted to. It's the the most straightforward conclusion, out of somewhat stubborn goodwill. Whether that's true or not doesn't concern him. He was a hero, no different from the hero in the song. The winds, the hills on high, to hail the hero's far-flung stride. Over long ways long, over briars and thorns. Everyone starts humming the song. Their quiet singing drifts throughout the room. I feel peace in this latter evening, a peace that I've not known for a long time. Are you thinking something, Mr. Fryer? No, nothing at all. Thank you, Cecilia. You're looking at something. Is that a bell tower? It's Laterano's bell tower. A very, very old tower made of stone. I often went there when I still lived in Laterano. It was so close to heaven. Heaven? Is that where Mama is? If that's where you wish for her to be, that's where she is. Mr. Fryer, could you help me with something? Wow, I thought that was like a really fascinating scene. You know, again, many things to consider. I believe that was the ending scene. I want to just double check. I think it is. Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah, look at this. I don't even know if we'll finish. So much. There's so much story in these stories. Oh, Iselle, good morning. Off to work. Good morning. I don't have work today. I'm taking a couple days off. Up so early on your day off. And look at you frowning like that. Is something bothering you? Getting bullied at the Notorial Hall? I told you it may look like a decent place to work, but it's total misery over there. Ha ha ha. Here, Iselle, I brought some cupcakes. Take some. Let your worries go. Doesn't matter if work is bothering you. It's just a job. Don't think about it on your day off. Besides, aren't you still a trainee? If the ceiling caves in, it's gonna crush all your bosses up top before it ever reaches you. Don't make it so hard on yourself. That's a good way to think about it. Cheer up. It's not worth getting upset over. Not worth it, huh? Still letting it bother you. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I'm about to head out. Thanks for the cupcakes. It's an early morning. That couldn't be more normal. Hardly anyone on the streets yet. But it shouldn't take much longer for the crowds to form and the usual hustle and bustle to return. This is exactly what Lateran life is. How about the crepe? No thanks, I've got these cupcakes. It's you. The crepe shop on the corner there only sells 200 of their signature crepes each day. You'd need to get up early to have a chance at buying one. Thankfully, their hours haven't changed. What are you doing here? I'm out for a walk. In a city that has an arrest warrant out for you? Sure. What happened to the people at the Ecclesia Requietum? They're all in a safe place. Once everything's over, they'll leave Laterano with me. Where to? Who knows? Are you going to take Cecilia with you? No, she left. Huh? How did you? She has something she must do. It may seem trivial right now, but she's found her path, and she will continue down it, overcoming obstacles we could never overcome, treading into predicaments that we wouldn't dare to face, and making it to faraway places that we could never imagine. What are you talking about? Relax, Brother Iselle. She's far more brilliant than you and I could ever dream to be. But she might need you. Why me? I'm nothing special. This is pretty embarrassing to say, but I was playing hero in front of her the whole time. I told her my word is my bond, and I wouldn't mind losing my job. But after I got home last night, I spent the whole night freaking out about everything that happened. A mixed blood sancta, a fallen angel, a legatus, the conference at the basilica, the the Sarkaz and its strange heretical group. How did I get mixed up in all this? I thought I just wanted a decent job. A desk job would be all the better. I would go to work and leave on time, live a quiet, peaceful life. I figured that'd be pretty good for me. Everything that happened the last couple days could be just like an interlude. I should count myself as lucky for being able to get away from it before it's too late. And in a couple of decades, I could tell stories about it to my friends. That'd be a pretty solid life, wouldn't it? Maybe I shouldn't even be talking to you right now. I should just turn and run. Aren't you going to run then? There's no need to fool yourself. How am I supposed to know what it is that I really want? You and Cecilia both asked the same question. She asked you that too. Phrased a little differently. And how did you answer? I told her a story. Suddenly feeling like I shouldn't listen to you. Why? I just get the sense that you know how to influence people. What if you're about to sucker me into something here? As long as you don't want to, you won't be. That sounds awfully sketchy. I'm here only to give you a message. What comes next is for you to decide. Cecilia is going to the old bell tower. What is she doing there? Saying her goodbyes. That's quite a journey. Is something wrong? Oh, Cecilia, you aren't scared walking streets all by yourself this early in the morning. Where are those friends of yours? He just seems so menacing. Guide, it's Oren. No matter, we'll see what he's planning first. There's something I need to do here. Oh, you're so little, but you have lots of big ideas going around in your head, huh? I really don't get what that guy is thinking, but sorry, little girl. I can't let you go. Are you taking me to the Basilica? The Basilica? No, Cecilia. I can't let you go to the Basilica. As long as you don't go to the Basilica and the old man, you can go anywhere. At first, I thought it wouldn't be so bad if Antoine took you away. He's had a change of heart, but it's no biggie. I'll do it myself. It would be bad if I go to the Basilica. It's hard to say, Cecilia. Hard to say. You're actually really important to me, you know. Fioria and I were friends a long time ago, but still. Anyway, your very existence is much more useful than whatever it is you're thinking up in your little brain. If we put you to good use, you could be the greatest danger to Lateran City in a long time. After all, you're a Sarkaz, but you also became a Sancta. I don't really want to put Laterano in danger, but I need some leverage that can influence things. A bargaining chip that I can use in a deal. And you could be such a precious bargaining chip. I wouldn't want to see you lose your effectiveness over a tiny little threat. I don't understand what you're saying. You don't need to understand, Cecilia. I'm just trying to show you I'm sincere. I won't do anything to get you hurt. I'm never one to resort to violence if peace is an option. It doesn't matter what you want to do. Not now. Could you move out of the way? I'm going to that bell tower. Her. Didn't you hear? She wants you to get out of her way. I was right as him. The good boy. Master Isel, you came. Mr. Isel. Yes, Cecilia, I promised to help you find your mama and be there when you said goodbye to her, right? Oh, this is so touching. Mixed blood girl between a rock and a hard place with an executor who's true to his word. Am I watching the Lateran soap opera of the year? Makes me want to clap for you too. But if I could, I'd rather not be the villain here. This is no fun. Nerd. Master Zell. I keep saying Master. Mr. Zell. Sancta can't point our guns at our own kind, but violence comes in other forms. So that's no hill to die on, right? That is one of the commonly accepted, what do you call them? They haven't outlined exactly what the commandments are in the story, but from what I picked up, that is one of them. You can't point, Sancta can't point a gun at a Sancta. Now, Cecilia, go. The bell tower is straight ahead. But I'll promise you one more thing. I'll be fine. Alright. I'll wait for you at the top, Mr. Zell. Very nice. You came prepared, huh? Didn't expect you to be able to hold me here. But still, even if I don't like screwing around with empathy, I can feel the fear in you. Save it. Have you ever considered that we might be walking the same road here? We're definitely not right now, at least. Show me what you got then. Have you even realized the weight of the burden you're trying to shoulder? Can that trainee executor really hold Orin there? Orin's not taking this seriously, and Zell isn't a notorial hall executor right now. He's not actually an obstacle to Orin. Actually, guide, while I would never go against your decisions, I can't really say I agree with this. Cecilia should stay with the Pathfinders. It's not only for us, but for her sake too. That isn't my decision. I can't decide her fate. This is a decision that only Cecilia can make for herself, Patia. Perhaps we should call it an honor to show her the choices before her. Don't worry. What I must do remains the same. Kid, for an executor in training, you aren't half bad. I'm still standing. Looking to spend some time in the hospital, huh? I'm not out here to break bones, though. You don't have to do this. You're just a normal guy living in Lateran City. Go home, lead a happy life, munch on some cake or take a sip of tea, whatever. I've made up my mind already. You folks really like talking about choices and decisions, huh? Has it ever crossed your mind that there's a price to pay when you make decisions? This was only going to be an insurance policy, but, well, sorry fellas, need your help. We aren't here to help you, Orin. We're doing this because we think it's the right thing. So, what do you say? A wise man adapts himself to circumstances. Oh, that's a Yanni's idiom. You see, it means, do bad as hell. Oh. Federico. What's up? Trainee Executor Zell Pastor, you're being temporarily recalled. Your leave has been cancelled. Please assist me with this arrest. This guy. Orin Argiolus, your identity has been confirmed. The 7th Tribunal has revoked your credentials as a legatus. Please stop resisting and proceed with me to the 1st Tribunal. Must I? I still have lots of work to take care of. Yes, you must. Federico's like RoboCop, but not a robot. After story. The bell tower's corridors are narrow, and the stone steps below my feet are slippery and wet. The stone walls are rough and feel so cold to the touch, just like trees in that forest. My footsteps echo in the hallway. What is there up ahead? I'm the child of a Sancta and a Sarkos. They all said they have me on there. I don't know. It was a word I've never heard. But I remember how Rosella looked. She looked down at me with a smile on her face. Her hands were clasped together like she was holding on to a treasure. What did they? What did everyone want me to do? I still don't get it. But now, I understand what it is that I should do the most, what it is that I want to do. It doesn't matter if I'm a Sancta or a Sarkaz. I'm Cecilia. Just Cecilia. Goodbye, Mama. Will you keep watching over me? She blows it up. No, that's not what happened. Zell, you're 11. Ah. That was close. Come on, it's not like fighting's gonna get us anywhere. Why don't we call it quits? You really don't know how to listen, huh? Zell, I thought you were really worried about Cecilia. She might just be safer with me, you know? Do you think I'd believe that? I'm never one to lie. Even if you're telling the truth, if that isn't what Cecilia wants, then there's no way. Sometimes I really think Antoine's giving me way more than I bargained for. Stay focused, Zell. No, Federico. Can you feel it? Well, look at that. The air is trembling, as though something is manifesting from nothingness. A surge of power, pure power, nothing like any Originium arts known to man. An ancient construction is being awakened. A forgotten sound is about to ring out far and wide. Zell, new directive. Investigate the bell tower. Leave the traitorous legatus to me. Your Holiness, what's going on? Shh. Veliv, seal off the central sanctuary and halt all meetings. What is happening? Did you know? My predecessor, the last pope, had an interest in history. No. I don't blame you. He was an amateur in the field. His writings were riddled with mistakes, hardly worthy of praise. Rather than studying history, perhaps it's better to say that his interest lay in using history to let his imagination run wild. He was particularly fond of romantic metaphors in his writings, perhaps a little promiscuous for a history paper, but they truly did leave an impression on his readers. He said, "History is a musical movement written by a shapeless titan in countless voices." Going by his analogy, our titan musician seems to have started writing his next measure. History is about to change. I breathe all the air out of my lungs before drawing a fresh breath. I trip and fall to the ground before climbing back up and running forward again. I can feel that something is brewing. The other side of the door at the top of the bell tower is where Cecilia is. I open the door. The frail girl is singing an ancient Sarkaz folk song. She is singing from the bottom of her heart, so tenderly, with all her feelings. I can only stand there, doing my best to hold my breath, to avoid disrupting the flow of her singing. At a certain point, I realize I cannot hear anything anymore. There's only the sound of bells, seemingly ringing across time. Bells from the Tower of Revelations. That's impossible. That bell has never rung. Except when? When the first saint still walked the land. During the day, Sancta looked up at the sky to find darkness shrouding even the sun. At night, the devil's army came and slaughtered countless Sancta. The Sancta lost much of their radiance. The saint said, "Follow me." Thus they rose. The saint said, "Listen to me." Thus the bells began to ring. The bells echoed throughout the wilderness, uniting all the sancta. This is a revelation. This is an exhortation. There will be light throughout the day, and it shall never be shrouded again. The saint said, "Build a city. It will be the sancta's paradise." The saint said, "This city shall be called Lateran." How? The Tower of Revelations is one of the oldest structures in Laterano. No, according to the texts, the Tower of Revelations was here before there was a Laterano. And now the holy bells ring again for our little Cecilia. But why? Perhaps the shapeless Titan musician wanted some crescendos in his music, and he picked Lateran bells for his arrangement because he liked the sound. Cardinal Velive, you and I stand in this church at this moment. I wonder if that is good or bad. Your Holiness, we must know immediately why the holy bells are ringing. No matter the reason, it is the responsibility of the church to explain why and how it happened. With envoys from the nations gathered in Laterano, all of the attending representatives are now witness to this event. This could be an opportunity. Go, Velive, inform the envoys that the Lateran bells ring for the first time in millennia, and this portends change. We must come together and prepare for the future. What about the Tower of Revelations, then? We have waited long enough. Let's get to work. Guy, did you know this was going to happen? What exactly is Cecilia? She's mixed race, but is there some other secret about her? No, of course not. She's the Cecilia that both you and I know. She may come from a unique background, but there is no secret to her. It's just that perhaps Laterano itself is thirsting for change in Cecilia. She just so happened to be in the right place at the right time. Or perhaps she is actually the one who will end the 1,000-year conflict between the Sarkaz and the Sancta, and so the revelation came and the bells rang. Of course, it could also just be a misunderstanding, coincidence, kind of black humor in the course of history. But we both know that the truth is never what's actually important. No matter what, this is an opportunity. If I have to say, might even be proof that we are actually blessed. The church is most likely putting all their attention on the envoys and the Tower of Revelations right now. We'll pave the path forward for you. You need only walk it. Anduin, the bells have started to ring. That's Lemwin talking. The bells belong to a child who is about to begin her journey. Oh, you sound very relaxed. You've made your decision. My decision has never changed. Even if you must give up everything. Even if I must give up everything. Is there any meaning in this? Meaning? Meaning does not exist for nothing. All our choices merely conceive it, mold it, and give it the chance to descend upon us. I get it now. I hope you'll find your peace. Patu, what you just said goes against our original goal. All men are cornerstones, and the roads that we lay are paved for those who follow us. I must see His Holiness right now. Gun Knight Talvador. His Holiness is praying right now. No one can see him. But please understand. An explosion. Probably another one of the people's pranks. No, the explosion came from the envoy's envoy's village is under attack. There have been multiple fires and explosions all across the city. It's the astray. They can't sit still now that the holy bulls have sounded, can they? There are gun knights stationed in the envoy's village, but after the ambush and the explosion started, the envoys started demanding more gun knights to protect them. Understood. Damn it, why now of all times? Cardinal Velev. The bells of the Tower of Revelations are ringing. This is the holiest moment in Lateran history. We even get to share this with the first summit of nations and the envoys of all the lands. How joyous. Yet the heretics' remnants are taking the opportunity to sow chaos. They plot to disrupt the conference and overshadow Laterano's radiance. Gun Knight Talifador, by order of the Apostle himself, the Pope, you are to go to the envoy's village and defend them, alongside the Gun Knights there, thus ensuring that the Summit of Nations will commence as planned. I will accompany you. Very well, Your Eminence, if I may. I'm sure you've noticed as much, but the energy that's surging from the Tower of Revelations. Watch your words, Reverend Gun Knight. That is glory itself. So I really like how the story that Antoine was telling is really relevant to the bell tower ringing itself. I thought that was a nice touch. Limwin, did he do this? Maybe. You're still going to cover for him. Fiametta, come here. What for? Come here. Hug. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said the other day. Let go of me. Not until you forgive me. I am mad at you, but there's something else I'm even angry about. And it might just be me. I want you to trust me on one thing, Fiametta. If he really wanted to do harm to Laterano, I'd never forgive him. Then what is it he's trying to do? Maybe he's just asking a question. Of who? His Holiness. And what is he asking him? A question that the Sanctum must never ask. You can't be more specific. I'm not entirely sure myself, you see. This question has probably been bothering him deep in his mind for a long time. He hasn't ever told me about it. I've just got a hunch. But it's true. What happened 8 years ago has something to do with the question. Wait, so Mastema, you knew about this? Of course not. I'm not Limwen. She might understand him. Me, though. I didn't think he was worthy, that's all. If you ask me, he's a poor little guy. And I have something more important to take care of, so let's leave it at that. How come it feels like you're ticking me off even more than Limwen? You and I are different. I did everything I could, and you? I'm guessing you probably would rather it was me, right? Hello. Limwen, what else do you know? Tell me. I thought you didn't want to hear any of it. I have to hear to find out. Cecilia Laporta, by order of the Apostle himself, the Pope, I am here to protect you. Because the bells started ringing. Are they ringing because of me? I cannot say. Please follow me to the Basilica at once. It's okay, Mr. Rizal. Don't worry. Let's go. Now was that the before story or the after story? I always forget. Okay, yeah. Alright. Now we are know, I want to do one more. So we'll go a little bit later. Because I think this is the best one, in my opinion. The town feels so lively today. It's because the conference is about to start. Maybe. There are explosions everywhere. Everyone's so excited. Hey, what the hell? Is that an executor and a legatus? What's going on? A parkour competition? That sounds like fun. Why don't you join in? Let's go, see if we can catch up with them. Do some parkour. This should be far enough. That's not his voice at all, is it? You're a stubborn one, aren't you, Federico? As are you. I thought you didn't have a mission. Aren't you practically on vacation? I don't get it. Is there a reason you can't get off my case? What did I ever do to offend you? My last mission was in Syracuse. I think it's Syracuse. Syracuse, to recover the personal effects of a local sancta. Among them was a notebook. In it, he wrote that he once saw a female sancta come in contact with a male sarcos. Alright, I can see why you'd look into that. But what does it have to do with me? I'm decidedly male, in case you can't tell. I followed all the leads I could, and found the sancta's woman's address, 7265 Via Theravacis, Pagus Stephanus. And when you made it there, you found that she'd already passed away. That's correct. So you had no choice but to keep following her tracks. Then you found she had been taking suspicious trips, that she always contacted a specific legatus before she left on her journeys. This is good. This is very good. Here I thought I gave myself in Victoria, or left some evidence after I talked to Anduin. Never would I have thought it was because I helped Feoria out of the goodness of my heart. This might just be some kind of fate. Are you done musing? Federico, my hunch is correct. You probably can't feel what I'm feeling right now. Yes? No? Yes, and I do not care. The emotions of those I arrest are not my concern. Does that mean you care about the feelings of anyone you're not arresting? No. You and I are the same. Neither of us cares for empathy. The way I see it, we could be great friends. Actually, I think Laterano could use more people like you. Someone who doesn't let their empathy get to them. Always doing things by the book. I don't disagree. Perhaps I could pay you a visit in the penitentiary after your trial, and we could discuss it more. So that's your reason, Ornan. Well, here comes the worst of my troubles. Why must an honest-to-God good guy like me be blessed with such rotten luck? Good day, Cardinal Philippe. Good day, Executive Federico. The 7th Tribunal will handle the traitor from this point forward. The notarial hall's involvement is concluded. Please send a copy of your report on this matter to both the 7th and 1st Tribunals. This is my authorization code. Confirmed, in accordance with all relevant regulations. So, would you like to go back to your vacation or join me in arresting the astray? It's up to you. No, bye. Vel, has anyone ever heard Federico say goodbye to anyone? You can stop trying to cozy up to me. I thought you were here to help me. If you were here to arrest me, you could have waited until Federico was done, right? Of course, it's possible that he couldn't take me, but that wouldn't mean you had to send him home, right? I simply realized you might be more useful than I expected. When I read Federico's report, I thought you were just Anduin's helping hand, but it looks like you're not as much as an imbecile as I thought. I'm honored. Cecilia's existence is a threat to Laterano. It's such a windfall, but no one's trying to touch the big pile of money. I'm the most faithful to a lot around old man can be, honestly. You don't have to leave. I'm his holiness's big support, his ideals anyway. But you don't agree with the way he does things, correct? Like this conference, for example. You don't think there's any point to it. And you think there is. To leave. How much do you know about Victoria these days? You wouldn't understand just how close we are to war. And at a time like this, His Holiness put up all the political capital he'd accumulated over the last couple decades. But even though he managed to get most of the countries to bend, the envoys just showed up. They hardly have any weight. In more peaceful times, maybe we could use this as a foundation and slowly pave our way forward. But we don't live in peaceful times. There's no time for us to dilly-dally around if we actually want to see his ideals put into practice. I saw a lot of even dirtier moves in Victoria with my own eyes. I won't say it's the right way to do things, but if doing the right thing doesn't get us to the finish line, would you rather be a woman of integrity? You know, you usually aren't this talkative in situations like this. What are you waiting for? Actually, I just changed my mind. Oh, after traveling out there for so long, I'm buying less and less into the idea that sanctum are special. We've got the empathy thing. We feel what we feel. That's it. What just happened, though? Even I have to admit, I felt something ancient and primal, and it originated in my heart. Moreover, we got ourselves a trump card. All those envoys gathered here in Laterano, and we are blessed with a miracle. What does that mean? What could it mean? There is still a lot for us to do, isn't there? I think you might be mistaken about one thing. You think there's no place for the Summit of Nations during troubled times. I suggest you look at this from the other side. That said, I think you have the right idea about one point. There are certain things His Holiness can't do by himself. I also don't think there's any harm in having a backup plan. You're a lucky man, Orin. I do have a use for you. Come out, Patia. At least you have some sense in you. Your sarcasm friends aren't running around the city joining in on the commotion. If any of the envoys saw the Sarkaz actively sabotaging the Summit of Nations in Laterano, things wouldn't end nearly as well. What are you trying to say? Antoine is on his way to the Basilica, isn't he? What do you know about him? I've got no reason to tell you, Patia. But before I go settle my score with him, I need you to stop the stupid, annoying little tricks. While your people might have some sense in you, you aren't actually trying to sabotage the Summit of Nations. I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Things don't always go the way we want them to. Oh, so now it's your turn to convince me. This is just a little advice. If you don't want to take it, that's no feathers off my plumage. Fiametta, tell me, what are you thinking? What else could I be thinking? I'm doing my job. I'm settling the score. It's not that complicated. Why did you leave the Pontifica cohorts 8 years ago? They don't get to leave the city. Only the Notorial Hall does. What's the matter? Why ask about that? I don't know what you're brooding about. Maybe you put up your hopes on me for something, but I don't really get what your whole thing about Lateran Library is about. I couldn't care less about it. A teammate I trusted betrayed us. One of my friends got hurt because of it, and another got exiled. There might even be traitors who have eyes on them because of it. I made this mistake once, and I won't let it happen again. I'll protect them. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to apologize if that doesn't fit in with your fantasies. Pfft. Don't get cocky, Mostema. In the same position, wouldn't you do the same? You're right, I would. It's true, I've got a fantasy. But so what if it's a fantasy? fantasies, ideals, if I didn't chase the things I once believed in, I wouldn't have made it this far. Maybe I'm too naive to entrust others with my ideals, but I have no regrets. I don't get you. That's why I'm not going to back down. Even if everything I'm doing seems stupid and annoying to you, it's my mission, and I will see it through to the end. If you want to stop me, you'll have to take me down. Very well, Padilla. Time to take you down. Okay, and now, the finale for us. That's enough, Padilla. It's not over. Padilla, right? Most of the gun knights have been reassigned to the Envoy's village. Your mission is over. Okay. I don't really get it, though. It's not like Antoine doesn't know who the most powerful guy in the Basilica is. Why the whole charade? He probably wanted to make sure he got an audience with His Holiness. Huh? You were actually listening to Lemuel. This has nothing to do with that. He is free to settle his score. But that doesn't mean I'm letting him get away. Sure, shall we get going? Once we get Padilla settled in. Right. Gotta get her into the old jail. How should we face this revelation, these mysterious, indescribable moments, these ambiguous, yet to be explained urges, these unascribable, esoteric intuitions? Where will it lead us? What kind of choice does it want us to make? Perhaps this is merely a hallucination caused by the fatigue of life. But revelation is called such only because we willingly believe in it, or we're told to believe in it. We could even say that if we knew it to be absolutely temporal, even if we deconstructed it into ice-cold objective logic, regrettably, man will still shine a spiritual light upon revelation. Thus, when this cruel reality befalls us, the cowards can point fingers at the ambiguity of the revelation, while the devout can represent their insufficient understanding. In any case, we can at least ascertain that we ourselves are not the root cause of everything. Anduin, I was expecting you. You don't seem surprised at all. I can't say this was the result of any particular manipulation. The greatest lesson that I've learned in this life is that people always cross paths, no matter their intention. But in the end, we all have our own goals. The guardian, the keeper, and executor of most supreme law. The 11th man to take the name of Evangelista, the patron saint of sacrifice and unity, and to stand atop the Lateran Curia as the apostle, His Holiness, the Pope. Oh, why recite all these titles you do not believe in? The girl does not remain in your grasp. She's still young. There's much for her to experience. Yet we are old, so old that we know our way around conspiracy, political machination, and internal strife. What will you do now? Will you use this fine gift you've spent decades preparing on her? I'm not foolish enough to stand in a young girl's way, even if she triggered some kind of miracle. No, this miracle is Laterano's. It belongs only to Laterano. God's grace has fallen upon us. There's nothing more to it. Do you enjoy history? I love history. For history to become history, you generally need an origin point. And when some kind of variable is introduced to stir up the water and form ripples, those ripples are history. What of the object that was thrown into the water in the first place then? Perhaps history does not care about it. And neither do I. The girl called Cecilia will go where she wants and do what she has nothing to do with the both of us. We have a mutual understanding regarding that, do we not? You make yourself sound like a kind of grandfather sending his granddaughter away. This is nothing more than you getting what it is that you seek. You now get to explain this miracle. In exchange, Cecilia has earned the right to leave this place. This cannot even be called a trade. She never had the right to choose. No, I never wanted to do anything to her. Laterano has stood for millennia, and neither should it, nor shall it ever waver for a mere mixed-blood child. I only hope that the apostles before and after you feel the same way, and that those expunged names were not erased for nothing. We cannot ask for too much. Sins will always be sins. Only time can wear them down. And it wears them down to the point that no one remembers they were once sins. I cannot cast blame on our forebears' cautiousness. However, neither shall I accept those sins in order to cover them up. So long as our mutual understanding stands, am I right? As I said, it is very boring to grow old. Thanks to all the things we experienced in the past, we are always fearful, on the fence with just about everything. The old don't have the luxury of possibility and Wayne. We have no choice but to continue down the path that was already laid. A path that was already laid. That goes for you too. I know of your journey. My journey. Right, I once journeyed, and I heard the purest of prayers and the most vicious of curses. I stepped into sumptuous palaces and plucked my shoes out of bloodstains. I saw shameless sinners beg for mercy, and I closed the simplest of caskets on innocent children. It was always the same. Their cries always died down, and their tears always dried up, and I always stood there right next to them, attempting to comfort them. I told them that salvation would come as long as we believed. But no, nothing ever happened. Not even the briefest passing glance. The holy city of Laterano has weathered every storm that came its way. How would a saint sitting in his soft armchair in the sancta that only know to sing the praises of their own dignity know that there exists hardships in the lands beyond? All the hopeless penances with withered consolations and deafening silences. Do you know how heavy silence weighs on my heart? I seek only an answer. We will never find salvation, will we? Oh, salvation. I often hear this word from the faithful, as though a sort of incomprehensible accidence, as though an ark that will rescue all the drowning. Behold our great, grand, and glorious Lateran city. It is so splendid and magnificent, solemn and refined, with a perpetual aroma of vanilla and sugar wafting in the air. All of this is a reward for abiding by the laws. All of this is our proof of salvation. Yet this paradise is only a paradise because of the harshness of the wastes beyond. We could have been a star in the barren lands, a torch in the cold night. Don't you dare say I'm wrong. Laterano is not some ancient concept that floats out only in scripture. It stands here, right here and now. Laterano can save everyone. She cannot. And why is that? Because we are only us. Because we are the sancta of Laterano. And they are not us. They conceal. They become disillusioned. They consign. They become disappointed. They struggle and they hate. They themselves mold and shape their own enemies. A man-eating monster of both lust and disgrace, with the flames of destruction hidden in its heart. Why do you think these lands have seen countless dynasties and nations come and go in the flames of war, while the miraculous Laterano has withstood the test of time? And Dwayne, they are Inferno itself. And you, chose to leave us. You left behind the virtues that shaped us under the stubborn belief that your water could extinguish the flames of inferno, that your candle could illuminate the night. Why seek my answer? You chose despair for yourself long ago. 3 times have I visited Laterano. For the rest of my life, I wandered the lands beyond. I've met many men and women, and I do not need the Lateran Pope to tell me how dark their hearts can get. Yet there's also a ray of light in them, a radiant, blinding light that I can never forget. That I will never forget. I was set ablaze by the light. Perhaps the fire is destined to be extinguished the moment it is first lit, but I could never again return to the eternally radiant Laterano. Yet this perpetual radiance is cold and distant. Laterano's light shines on only a select few, and its might exists only to project this image of fabricated glory. In that case, I would rather be the torch that burns by the feet of those who are freezing to death, even if its flame will soon be extinguished. And when flames are destined to be extinguished, you seek to turn this perpetual light into a flame, then the flame will meet its fate one day. When that happens, there will be no more light, not even a cold and distant one. If you shatter the twin moons in the sky, there's 2 moons, by the way, in this world, then those struggling in the cold night will do so in darkness, left only to close their eyes. Light will ultimately become a fantasy, a lie of a dream, which you call eternal night a kindness. You despise the small size of this paradise, but do you know how hard it is for a small paradise to upon these lands? Do you know how hard it is for a small paradise to exist? Is it missing a word? Might be missing a word. You scorn its small size, but have you ever considered that there are those who try to live an honest life? What right do you have to turn this paradise to tinder for that wildfire of yours, destined to be put out? This world is hostile to beauty. To allow this beauty to persist forever, do you know how much the Lateran people, countless Laterans, generations of Laterans have had to sacrifice? And Wayne, who are you to so handily deny all this with a few trivial words? Preposterous. There are those trying to live an honest life in Laterano, but that does somehow make the lives of those outside any less real. They hold out hope despite their hardships. They follow the scriptures and the laws, and they believe that they can change their lives. They look forward to the rewards for their hard work. Mrs. Balin from the Rock Salt and Sundries store, Deacon Landy of the Title Chapel, Little Sakura who ties the ropes on their bells. Tell me, is there anything wrong with their faith, with their hope? Tell me, O great and glorious Apostle, Pope Evangelista, the 11th great protector of our paradise and defender of our history, why did Rocamera deserve to be destroyed? Answers. Questions. So this is the answer that I sought. So this is the question that I wanted to ask. Something has come loose. Something has once tied me up for so long. Something is roaring, struggling, yet I feel only at ease, as though I'm bathing under the sulphurous sunlight. The gunshots rang out at almost the same time. Oh my God. Just look at this scene. The Pope and this cult leader, angels, firing guns at each other. Man, what a scene. The law is carved into each sanctus flesh and blood, and one must pay a price to break it. I knew that. There is a bottomless abyss beneath my feet. I've taken that step already, to shoot the Pope. A great force slams me to the wall, and the sculpted relief presses into my bones, with the statue behind me crumbling into the ground. There is no question that I was the strength of a patron firearm. Though Evangelista 11's body is old and frail, he is far stronger than he seems. However, I try my best to open my eyes and make out his figure among the smoke and dust. The old man is still standing in the middle of the basilica, but there is no longer a smile on his face. He looks even older than we did when he stepped into this place. But the halo on his head shines bright as ever. The law in our flesh and blood, the painful price to pay. Price. Then I realized what the real question here is. The halo above my head is not glowing any darker than it used to, even though I shot the Pope. I see both you and I came out of this unscathed. What a surprise. It's worthy of celebration, though. So, ordinarily, what should have happened is that probably both of them would have lost their halos as a result of this and become like Mostoma with the horns and the devil tail as a result. But that didn't happen. I was prepared to pay the price. You're a pious follower, Antoine. Perhaps that is because you were not born in Laterano. In Laterano, we don't believe in our faith, do we? We live as part of faith itself. We Sancta have been its prisoner ever since the very moment the halos above our heads started to glow. What exactly is this law that the Sancta believe in? What exactly does it mean to fall? Throughout Laterano's long history, each apostle has had the authority to interpret the commandments and derive from them the new rules and decrees, even placing them above all others. Laterano is built upon this law. All Sancta know. Violate the rules, the commandments, or the laws, and you must pay the price. The fallen Sancta are no longer connected to all other Sancta. Their patron firearms reject them. Fallen Sancta are no longer Sancta. What is a Sancta? A Sancta cannot point his firearm at another Sancta. That is a commandment, and it is also our instinct. Just like how a man cannot bring himself to take a step forward off the edge of a cliff. Of course, there are those who can, and it seems to me you have more than earned the right to speak to that end. What makes me different from her? I told you, the commandments are instinct, and I told you the commandments are interpreted. Surely a man of your intellect can tell that those statements are mutually exclusive. If the law was constant, then the interpretations that were added over time throughout our ever-changing history could never have been instinct. Correct, but you're also calling the wrong premise into question. The law is naturally constant, but our interpretation isn't really as ever-changing as you are making it seem. Interpretation isn't a coincidence, Antoine. Do you understand? You said the old don't have the luxury of possibility. The law is much older than either of us. The apostle does not interpret the law. The law interprets itself. Why do you think the law is capable of this? Take a look at these. Oh, my apologies, I made such a mess in here. These sculptures, structures, statues, stained glass, the exquisite domes and frescoes all around us. Do they seem like they have constructed a particular illusion for us? Do you recall the revelation? If we knew it to be absolutely temporal, even if we deconstructed it into ice-cold objective logic, regrettably, man will still shine a spiritual light on it. There has only ever been one true law. We are to continue our existence. Who are we? Follow me. So, in actuality, there's one commandment they must follow. And it goes, we are to continue our existence. And all of the interpretations and all the commandments that have been come up with are derived from that. I follow the old man into the depths. Everyone knows that the saints of old are buried under the basilica. They are the most knowledgeable and outstanding men and women in Laterano's long history. Their brilliant marble statues have no eyes, rendering them blind to those who pass by. We head down. Stela, recounting the achievements of the past popes, line our path. I don't know what Stela are. Among them were the conceited, the noble, and perhaps even the crazed, but not a single one of them ever allowed Laterano to be besmirched. Now they stand here in silence. We head down. This is where the oldest of saints lie. They were the ones who plucked the sancta out of chaos. They were the embodiment of all virtues of mankind. All those who came after merely imitated them. The nameplates on which their miracles are described are dim and lightless. We head down. I do not know where I am. For as far as my eyes can see, nothing here has ever been mentioned in any texts or literature. I cannot understand any of this. This should not be part of Laterano. A low humming sound fills the entire space around us. Strangely, I find myself flustered by all of this. It is not the answer that I sought. It is not something man is capable of establishing or interpreting. It is not something that interpretations, analyses, debates, or reforms could influence. It is not a matter of whether or not you believe in it, why you believe in it, or how you believe in it. After all, this is an undisputable existence. In such a manner, it exists. What is Laterano? What are sancta? I see. We are us only because it links us all together. It molds us. It is the criterion upon which all things are based. The path you and I follow was paved by law. The paths you and I have trodden both lead to the same destination. It allows you and I to continue making our way forward. This is the path it has deemed as correct. And there you go. There's a little more, but ultimately you don't fully see what it is. This part is left up to your interpretation. And I think that's a cool story. And again, this is from Guide Ahead, the Guide Ahead event in Arknights.
You haven't changed one bit, my friend.
Thank you so much, Silver Ash. Thank you all for watching. Glad to have you here. If you like this, drop a follow, subscribe, do what you gotta do. Love you. I'll be back tomorrow. And I'll see you in hell.